advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to be watching day 2 of the Joseph Ferlazzo trial together. They're going to be continuing where they left off on Friday, which will be more of the police interview. That was quite something that we saw on Friday, right? And the first couple of witnesses as well. Please like and share so others also know we are live right now. If you're brand new here, then I'll let you know that we start late on purpose, okay? So if you're watching live with us now, and you're like, why are we behind? We start late on purpose so that we can skip over the lunch breaks and the coffee breaks and any, paper flapping and fluff, as we call it. So we defluff, all right? Stefan says, court blazer. Yes, indeed, court blazer is on. And so I wanted to tell you that on day 1, remember how there was only one court feed streaming live on the day, okay? That was from Law and Crime. So grateful that there's cameras in the courtroom. But it had a very abrupt start. And then later in the day, Court TV actually uploaded a pre-recorded opening statement segment. And there was information in there that we missed because of the abrupt start, from the live court feed. So what I've done to make it nice and efficient and productive for us is I have put it in a presentation. So for anyone that didn't follow last week, you didn't see this on Friday, don't worry. We're going to do a quick recap now. And you're also going to hear from this presentation what they said at the opening statements that we didn't hear, which makes so much sense. There's a lot of details that I'm like, oh, that's what we didn't get to. Laura says, congrats on 380K. Thank you so much. Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. If you want to buy the mods a coffee, you can go to grizzlytruecrime.com. Go to the support page, scroll down, you'll find the mod coffee link. Nightbot will also be sharing it throughout the stream. And welcome everyone. Okay, so the victim in this case is 22-year-old Aimee Ferlazzo. In fact, her name was Emily Jean Schwartz before she married the defendant, Joseph Ferlazzo. Okay, and so he's 44 years old. She was 22 years old, and this crime dates back to 2021. 2021, yes. Okay, so there's some pictures of them as well. In early 2020, Emily Jean Schwartz, 22, started dating Joseph Ferlazzo. They met through a friend who was learning how to do piercings from Joseph. That we heard from his own police interview. Joseph was a tattoo artist, so what sucks about that is that's going to serve him well in prison. Because I don't know, I think there's a very, very slim chance of him being found not guilty or even a hung jury. His own statements completely sink the guy. I don't even know why he's a trial. It's ridiculous. This is like the things that he says that we've already just heard at his police interviews. It's insane, right? So, anywho, he's a tattoo artist, so that's going to serve him well in prison, unfortunately. Okay, anyway, so Emily was born on July 25th of 1999 in Plymouth, New Hampshire. She was a licensed nursing assistant who dreamed of becoming a cosmetologist, and she was a talented singer. She loved her cat Oreo, I misspelled that, Oreo, and her dog Remy. The couple got married in October of 2020, just a few months after they started dating. On their 1-year wedding anniversary in October of 2021, 1-year wedding anniversary, okay? They took a trip to Vermont in the converted minibus that they lived in on Emily's parents' property. And Emily got to meet her sister-in-law for the first time on Friday, October 15th of 2021, even though it was only for about 15 minutes. Now, there's the picture of this minibus, the converted minibus. It was nicknamed Roaming Rosie. I would assume that Joseph nicknamed it that. He apparently owned it. The trip was planned from Friday, October 15th of 2021 to Monday, October 18th of 2021. So it's like a weekend getaway in Vermont. In autumn, or as you guys would say, fall. It's like, it would be so beautiful. But by Saturday, October 16th of 2021, early morning hours, Emily was missing. Joe said they had an argument and She was going to get an Uber back home. He'd also made up some story that he went to a shop to get some snacks, and when he came back, she was no longer there. He's changed his story a few times there, but eventually we saw what he told police, right? He told them everything, which matches the evidence. So this is a picture of him when he was arraigned, and the picture on the right, that's his mugshot. So there he is, because we don't see him very clearly on the police interviews. Okay, so what happened? Aimee and Joseph planned a weekend getaway in Bolton, Vermont for their 1-year wedding anniversary in their camper van, a minibus they converted and lived in. On Friday, October 15th of 2021, they parked at a condominium complex on Bear Run in Bolton, Vermont. They started arguing over the course of the evening, and Aimee allegedly told him that she didn't want to be with him. Aimee then went to lie down on the bed. In the early morning hours of Saturday, October 16th of 2021, in Bolton, Vermont, Joseph Ferlazzo jumped on top of his wife, Aimee, put a red throw pillow over her head, and shot her twice with a Glock 19 9mm caliber handgun, which had been modified to fit a silencer. The more I hear about this, it sounds very, very premeditated, but okay. So he put a plastic bag over her head, tied a garbage bag around her neck, and carried her body to the bathroom. He bagged up a bloody pillow, bedding, and the red throw pillow with 2 bullet holes in it, and put that in another garbage bag. He flipped the mattress over, powered off Aimee's phone, put her shoes, glasses, phone, and wallet in a grocery bag, and went to bed. Can you believe that? Charm Girl says, I'm spending my birthday with fellow Grizzlies. Happy birthday, Charm Girl. Thanks for being here with us. So, at midnight, Joseph turned his phone off, killed Aimee, and then turned her phone off at 1 a.m. He told police that she lay in bed for 5 to 10 minutes before he decided to get up, get his gun, and shoot her. He then turned his own phone back on at 1:30 a.m. Over the weekend, Joseph sent Aimee 16 messages asking where she is, asking her to come back, getting angry with her for not answering his calls and texts. You see, there's another point that makes him quite a lot like Brian Laundrie. Obviously, it's this like van life type of story, and the girlfriend or wife goes missing, and then he returns back home to, he was living on her parents' property, but still returns back home without her. Everybody's concerned, looking for her, and it just turns out to be the worst. So also messaging her phone, like, hey, where are you? Like, seriously, let me know, all that. He did all of that. This is according to the state, these bullet points, right? According to their opening statements, the parts that we missed. Over the weekend, Joseph sent Aimee those 16 messages. He stabbed Aimee's body 18 times post-mortem. That's a lot of rage. That is crazy. Once to her chest, 8 times to her abdomen, and 9 times to her back. Can you imagine? He stabbed her once to the chest, they say, in the heart. 8 times to the abdomen, and then rolled her over, and 9 times in her back? Oh my word. He dismembered her with a saw and placed her remains in 8 trash bags. He said he intended to discard her body in the woods. On Saturday morning, Joseph texted his sister, I just made some coffee. I could bring you some. Joseph went for breakfast with his sister and her boyfriend at the time. So the sister and boyfriend were staying in an Airbnb, and Aimee and Joseph had parked nearby. And so he says to his sister, hey, I just made some coffee. I could bring you some. Joseph then went for breakfast with his sister and her boyfriend at the time. When they asked where Aimee was, he said that she was sleeping. He gave his sister a tattoo and made plans to visit some friends that afternoon. That is horrifying. That she would be so traumatized by all of this, but then also have a tattoo from him from that weekend. Oh my goodness. They went out to dinner that night in St. Albans. Yes, Java Junkie says, okay, wait, so he shot her first, then stabbed her. Yes, he shot her first. She was deceased. He went for breakfast. He came back, stabbed her 18 times. That is so crazy. On Sunday, he met his sister for brunch near Burlington, Vermont. He went back to his friend's house and hung out at a bonfire with Aimee's body in the minibus. He needed his Jeep Wrangler to get into the woods to discard Aimee's remains. That's what he told police. So he drove his motorcycle. I was always wondering now where are all these vehicles? The motorcycle was stored at his friend's house in St. Albans. So he drove this motorcycle, a Ducati, 3 hours to her parents' home where the Jeep was parked. When her mom and stepdad asked where Emily was, he told them that they got into a fight and she left on Saturday, and he had no idea where she was. I mean, that's so crazy. Like, he drives there and has a pasta dinner with Emily's mother and stepfather, eats dinner with them at their home, and said, don't know where she is. We had an argument. She took off. Because he was just there to get his Jeep, actually, really. Wow. So they reported Emily missing, and then they convinced Joseph to turn on his location sharing services. The police then contact Joseph, and they asked where Emily is and where his van is, and he lies and says that the van isn't running well, and it's at an auto shop. And he relays the story about the argument and not knowing where Emily is. He drives back to Vermont, and then he texts his friend, Spencer Lemons, who we saw on the stand on day 1. So if you missed that, it's all timestamped for you, to let him know that he was coming by his house, 20 past 11. On day 1, I did make that verbal mistake of saying birthday, when in fact the 17th was Spencer's anniversary. Wedding anniversary? Yeah, also wedding anniversary? Anniversary, right? It wasn't birthday. So sorry about that. I just saw a lot of people in the live chat replay being like, birthday, it was birthday. I mean, it wasn't birthday. You said birthday. I'm like, what? So I went to listen again. You're right. He said anniversary. Okay, so there's a picture of Spencer on the right-hand side there. So then he drives back to Vermont. He texted this friend. He said, I'm coming by at 20 past 11. Police then locate the van in the meantime in St. Albans. Joseph asks his friend for a ride to go get the van. And when they get to the van, they see troopers all around the van. So he tells his friend to turn around. Okay, Joseph tells his friend that the police are looking for Emily, that she's in the van and she's not alive. Spencer then kicks him out of the car. Joseph asks his friend to shoot him and says that he cannot go to prison. Spencer called 911 and lets them know what Joseph said and where he last saw him walking into the woods. A trooper sees Joseph at a Maple Fields. Every time they say they saw him at Maple Fields, I was like, what is that? What is at Maple Fields? Is it a field? What is it? Oh, it's like literally convenience stores. Maple Fields, convenience stores. So they saw him at a Maple Fields in St. Albans, Vermont. As they approached him, they said that he appeared defeated. He was taken in for questioning, and within 2 minutes, you see in opening statements, they also said, within 42 seconds, he confessed, but we timed it, you guys. And after those Miranda rights, it took about a minute and a half or so. Took about a minute and a half. But yeah, he confessed very quickly. Okay, after that main detective there came into the room, read him his Miranda rights, and then off they went. He confessed to shooting and killing Emily. He later also confessed to dismembering her. If you missed it, I've timestamped those moments for you from day 1 stream. He says that the minute they parked, Emily went berserk and had a fight, and he decided enough is enough. And a lot of times he says he decided, it was his decision. So that's quite damning as well. Now here is a visual timeline, which I know some of you like as well, just so that you can picture it. Let me just bring this presentation above there. There we go. Okay. So again, we've got Friday, October 15th. Jay and E, so that's Joe and Emily, were camping in their minibus in Vermont. They saw his sister and her boyfriend for about 15 minutes. He shot Emily twice in the head and carried her body to the bathroom in the camper bus. So that would be Friday night going into early morning hours of Saturday morning. Then he went for breakfast with his sister and her boyfriend. He had a shower in their Airbnb. That's horrifying to think about in hindsight. Hey man, can I use your shower? And yet he's probably washing off blood and stuff, right? Oh my goodness. He later had dinner with them. Sunday, October 17th, 2021, he saw his sister again. He then went to hang out with friends. And then on Monday, October 18th of 2021, he drove to New Hampshire in his Ducati. He spent the evening with Emily's parents. He had dinner with them, told them he didn't know where she was. He drove back to Vermont and called his friend Spencer Lemons. So he got his Jeep, he got what he wanted, and drove back to Vermont. And then he was ready to now be a parasite on the next person, which was Spencer. Shame. And be like, can you help me? Let's go get my van. And all that time, Emily's dismembered body was in the van. Tuesday, October 19th of 2021, at 12:03 a.m., Spencer called 911. He saw something, he said something, he absolutely did the right thing. By 2 p.m., Joseph was found and taken in for questioning and arrested after confessing. He was arraigned on October 20th of 2021 on first-degree murder charges. Okay, so I hope this recap and, what we missed in the opening statements is helping. The judge is Judge Pack. The prosecutor, Sally Adams, she did the opening statements, and Sarah George. And the defense is Margaret Jansch, and shame. The defense really looks like she does not want to be there. She can barely look at the defendant. Shame. The trial started on December 4th of 2024 with jury selection. Opening statements took place on December 5th of 2024. Joseph Ferlazzo, 44 years old, has pleaded not guilty. So even though he confessed his ass off, he's pleaded not guilty, and that's why we're still here at the trial. His defense is self-defense. Yeah, he was defending himself against Emily. Really? Okay, sorry, that's his defense. If convicted, he faces up to life in prison. Remy, the dog, is now staying with Emily's mom. The trial's expected to last 2 weeks. I would kind of guess it'll be over by the end of this week, but let's see. Let's see how it goes. Unless he takes the stand. That could take a few days. Her family has already won a civil lawsuit where he was ordered to pay $1.5 million for her wrongful death. The family's lawyer said there aren't many assets, but the family wanted to make sure that they had a judgment on record. So it was in principle, you know? Okay, so we've done a recap there, and now what I want to do is bring up the Court TV feed from today, and off we go. We'll skip over coffee breaks, lunch breaks, any redundant, empty chair footage, things like that. Okay, so here we go.
I hope you each had a good weekend. I'll start with my usual questions. First of all 16 members of the jury are present and accounted for. Did any of you learn anything about this case over the weekend? Any of you discussed this matter with any other individual over the weekend? Did you read any news accounts of the events? Again, on all three of those questions, I'm seeing 16 shakes of the head no. Is there any reason that any one of you cannot continue to be fair and impartial, maintain an open mind, and only decide this case once all of the evidence is in? And seeing shakes. If anyone feels that they can't, please raise your hand. Okay.
Did you or did you not watch Grizzly True Crime over the weekend? I hope not. They better not have.
Seeing none, we'll continue with the trial. Detective Boris is still on the stand. I'll remind him he's still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And we'll continue with the state's case. Ms. George.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's lower the lights. I'm going to play the video. I'm going to resume.
Buckle up, everyone. If you missed Fridays, you gotta go check it out. This guy is... wow, I don't even know what to say. Schroeder says, fix your collar. Are you talking to me? Or who are you talking to? How's my collar? I think my collar's okay. Okay, here we go.
I wish it didn't happen. I wish I could turn back time. I wish that I was just, I don't know. She was saying how she's like, I'm gonna fucking ruin your life, and I'm gonna make sure you lose your license. I'm gonna make sure nobody ever comes to you again. And I was scared, and I was hurt. And
Remember that we rely on the court feed, and they're playing this for the jury, and then we're hearing it through the court cameras, so it's not the best sound ever, but it is boosted, and we're doing the best that we can, right? And so hopefully you could follow along. It doesn't really help putting the closed captions on. You could try. I've got them turned on my channel, so you could try, but sometimes it just says a lot of funny words. So he just literally said he was scared. You know, that it's like Emily was shouting him, saying all these mean things to him, and he was just so scared.
why was she saying that? I don't know. I don't know, James. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, she literally was trying to break me down any way that she would, like, I don't know if you've ever just, like, wanted to be a dick, but, I mean, I don't do it that well, like, so, yeah, I'm usually just like, okay, like, he'll talk about it, fix it, you know, whatever, but...
So you thought she was being kind of like a dick just to be a dick?
Yeah.
Alright.
You know, like, I don't think that, you know what I mean, like... I suppose it would be like if I mean, I told you guys and you're just both like looking at me, you know, but I'm sure you're thinking like, wow, this dude, what the fuck? You know, like, what pushes a man to do such a thing? Like, I would never do that. And not believe me. Did you would have asked me last week? Or was it the same thing?
Like, I've never been here, so, and our job we're not sitting here to judge you, Joe. That's
I
not
know,
our job.
I'm not saying it's judgment, but
We're fact finders, and, you know, we talk to people for a living. You know, this isn't the first time that we've talked to people that sat across the table and said that they regret things that they've done and they've done bad things. And it probably won't be the last time.
no, we'll probably have a couple more days.
Maybe.
Hope not.
I think the other important thing I wanted to just circle back to is the timeline of Friday. So, you know, when you come from New Hampshire to Vermont, you know, it's my understanding you told us that your sister had an Airbnb. And I just want to clarify because I think you said basically put it in park and the argument with Emily basically starts. But at any point, like, did you guys engage or talk with your sister? Did you go into the Airbnb? Like, so I think, excuse me, just
Yeah, we hung out. Yeah, we hung out. Like,
'cause I don't think we talked about that earlier. So if we could.
Okay, just a quick recap from Fridays if you missed it. He ate a donut, then he got a burger, then he didn't eat the bun, then he had a panic attack of sorts. He took off layers of clothing. That was quite something. And he confessed to murdering Emily and later confessed to dismembering her. So, yeah, the hoodie's off. He's already taken jeans off. He's got some, I think it's like tracksuit pants under there. Thank goodness. And he's still got his blankie here. Okay. Just Linda, welcome. Also, while I'm talking quickly, Brittany Haskins said, I've been a silent watcher of yours for quite a while now. I love your lives and deep dives. Happy holidays to you and yours. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much, Brittany. And Moonlight Soul Pass said, my son was in with him briefly and said he didn't seem like the type that would do this. You just never know. In jail with him briefly? Yeah, well, I mean, he might wear many masks. These types usually do, but you just never know. Okay, so let's keep, so they're just picking up exactly where they left off on Friday.
We could go through the timeline of Friday one more time with a little bit, even more detail, you know, the little things, and try to pinpoint some time. That would be helpful. So Friday, basically from you guys, you know what time roughly you left New Hampshire to come to Vermont?
I don't.
Not sure.
No.
Was it morning, afternoon, evening? Oh,
Afternoon.
afternoon. And earlier, I think you said you arrived in Vermont between like 7 and 8 p.m. Is that?
That seems right.
Okay. So when you arrived at Bolton, tell me everything you do after you arrived at Bolton. So like when you talk to your sister and her boyfriend, and like, where does that fit into this timeline?
I guess we hung out with them. Maybe, I would say safely just go like from 9 to 11 or something like that. I don't know.
So roughly 9 to 11?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that interaction with you and your sister, or Emily and your sister? Was like everyone getting along?
I was just happy to see my sister, and, you know, she sat there just super quiet. She didn't really say anything.
Okay.
I think she might have just said hi to them.
Where were you guys hanging out? Was it on the bus or in the...
It
It wasn't in the Airbnb?
No.
Did you ever go in the Airbnb?
I showered in there and had some coffee in there.
Okay.
Like the next morning.
Okay. So you showered inside the Airbnb on Saturday morning after the incident with Emily occurred?
Yes.
Okay. So 9 to 11 you hang out with your sister on the bus. Was her boyfriend on the bus as well? What's his name?
Ariel.
Ariel. Okay. And what happens around 11 on Friday night?
When they went.
So they leave, they go inside the Airbnb.
They went inside.
So when when does the arguing start? So because earlier it was
just going inside. They were trying to go watch TV.
I just want to clarify, because earlier you said it basically started when you arrived. So were you guys kind of arguing all night, even with your sister around?
No, like I said, when Nikki and Ariel pulled up, I was like, hey, what's up? Then Em went quiet. She said hi to them. And then, I don't know, we like sat in there and caught up for, seemed like an hour and a half or so.
See, right there, his story's already falling apart because, like, well, when we got there, as soon as we parked, she went berserk. And then they had this argument. And she went to lie on the bed for 5 to 10 minutes. And then he jumped on top of her. And, you know, the whole self-defense thing. He says he already had his gun in his hand. All sorts of things. But now it's like, okay. But in between, you hung out with your sister. Oh, yeah. Okay. But initially you said that, you know, she went berserk when you got there. So, yeah, his story continuously falls apart.
So she's just sitting up there quietly, like, and then they're like, come inside and watch Netflix. And I was like, cool, let me see what she wants to do. And they're like, okay, we'll do so much. And then I was like, what are you trying to do? She said, I don't feel good. I don't want to go in. Maybe we should go in. Let's go in. No, I don't want to go in. Fuck those people. Like, fuck this place. Fuck you. Yeah.
So they're just, so your sister Ariel's kind of going in for the night, and kind of the decision for you and Emily to go in or not to go in, was that the starting point of like, they argued, like, of Emily kind of cursing at you kind of that night?
No, that was like, I told you as soon as I drove the park, like,
Okay.
whatever this is right here.
Yeah, so it was all night.
Yeah, like as soon as I turned around, like, hey, you good? And then she was not good.
And then, so from, you know, roughly 11 o'clock when they go inside, how long, what time period goes by? How long before you shoot Emily?
Couple hours. A few hours.
You're not sure?
I was drinking,
Okay.
so
Tell me about that.
vodka.
Yeah.
I was drinking vodka.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how?
I drank some wine too.
Okay.
Red wine.
How much vodka had you had?
Maybe like 3 to 6 shots.
Okay. Was Emily drinking?
She drank. She just drank some of mine, right? Yeah, she drank some of mine. I don't think she let her own.
Was that like a mixed drink or
It was like vodka Red Bull.
vodka Red Bull? Okay.
And then I just started drinking some wine. It was Cabernet Sauvignon. Like a couple glasses of that.
What kind of wine was it? I'm sorry.
Cabernet Sauvignon. Like a Cab Sav.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any drugs or anything?
I smoked pot.
Anything else?
No.
How about Emily?
See, he said he was drinking, and sounds like the alleged abuser came out, right? By the way, I want to put Emily's picture here, but I'm not trying to intentionally cover the Court TV logo. This is just the best spot to put it like this, okay? I'm gonna put it there for now because we don't want to block the detective.
She might have had like one puff. She doesn't smoke very much. She don't have like, maybe in a day she might have like 2 to 3 puffs throughout the day. So not much. And I think like a single puff where you just like light it, puff it, done. And now exhale. That's it.
So one of the questions that I think is important to ask is, you know, when earlier we talked about the incident where, you know, Emily's kind of you guys are arguing, you described her hitting you multiple times, and then she goes to lay down on the bed. And you said, you know, you estimated, initially you said 10 to 15, but then you changed it like 5 to 10 minutes had passed before you retrieved the Glock out of the cabinet and shoot her. I mean, I think it's important to ask, and I think Emily's family and a lot of people will wonder, like, why didn't you just leave the bus? If she's laying down, the physical altercation of her hitting is done, how come you didn't just leave?
Something in my mind told me that it wasn't going to stop until I stopped it. First decision ever.
Would you understand if people said, well, it had stopped?
Oh, I don't mean like that particular thing. I meant like it had just been escalating, and I didn't see like an end.
What, describe Emily to me. I never met her, obviously. Is she tall, short?
She's like 5'1", 130 pounds.
5'1", 130 pounds. Anything right now? So I think we're going to step out for a minute. Do you need more coffee or water or anything?
No, I have both.
You have both? You have to use the bathroom?
No.
Okay. I think those are your chips.
No, you can eat them. I don't eat chips.
Oh, you don't? Oh, no.
Starches.
You don't eat any starch?
To play games with your stomach, or you just don't need it?
No, it's.
How about now, dude? Do you still not eat any starch in jail, huh?
If I was going to go back to maybe if I needed it, but I'm sitting here, not doing anything.
Okay. Do you have any?
I have questions.
Okay, what are your questions?
Like, what happens now? Like, I'm going to be processed and taken to a place. Is there going to be someone I can talk to? Like,
Yeah, so where we go from here is ultimately not our decision. You know, we have bosses that we answer to.
I just meant typically, like, can you just walk me in on?
Yeah, so we're going to continue to conduct the investigation. Obviously, we've been talking to you now for an hour and a half, so there's some other detectives that are looking into things and trying to piece what happened together. So we'll probably go to chat with them and try to understand the best that we can what happened, and then probably maybe come back and. Well, I think that's something that we need to do is kind of go touch base with them and see if there's anything we want to clarify.
The only other thing, Joe, that I could think of that you might be able to help us out with, and it's totally up to you, is a lot of times for processing this stuff, we like to get everybody's DNA that's involved. So we could ask you for just a buccal swab, like a cotton swab, yeah, just your nose. That's it, we can actually go knock that out if you're up for that. Yeah.
And then I would like to do, maybe at the same time, we'll do photos just to document if you do have any injuries, if that's something you're comfortable with. Is that fair? All right, we'll step out. If you need anything, you want to have a copy, let us know.
Oh boy, then we're gonna put a trigger warning up if they're gonna document injuries, potential injuries. Yeah, then he's gonna be taking his top off like Stefan Stearns.
Actually,
Not cold, but now.
okay. Yeah, some hot coffee.
You know that?
Yeah.
Did he just say you want some hot coffee?
Are you and Kelly feel better?
Not really.
No?
Not really.
It'll take time. A little bit here and there. That's something that's going to happen overnight.
Yeah. I asked them if they were going to take me somewhere where I would have an opportunity to talk to someone.
Like mental health,
Yeah, it's
personnel. Yeah, we can get people for you. We have those resources. Yeah. Yeah, that would probably be a good thing.
I don't know that. Like their job is to ask questions and stuff, but I feel like they're really just. I need someone who's an expert at scrambled brains and how to like help me use my mind again.
Absolutely. Yeah. We have those resources for you. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll get through this today. I can try to get some answers for you. How we'll make that happen.
Okay.
Summertime says, so at this point in the interview, he had just been picked up, and was she missing at this time? Yes, but he confessed to murdering her and dismembering her, so they'd already had the minibus in their possession, and they were investigating that, of course, with a search warrant, and then eventually would find 8 trash bags with human remains in them. So, but it's all like during this time, yes.
So how does it work? Like, do you guys all work with the same people, or like, is this like their case, like James and Seth?
So I work with James and Seth.
Oh, so you're also, so it's all like one team?
Yeah, we work as a team. We go around the state. So we all work at different barracks when something happens like this, so there's a missing person or death investigation, we all work together on it. So then we work with several other detectives and troopers from around the state, wherever we happen to be working. So it's a total team effort. A lot of moving parts. So I met your dog.
You did?
Yeah, Remington.
Yeah.
She's cute.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and, I was going to try to get back and say goodbye to her, but.
Yeah. So it's something we'll probably have to, have to give a shout out to Jason and just kind of figure out what you want to do with it.
Yeah.
They were okay today keeping her. She's safe, we saw her.
Yeah.
Played with her a little bit.
Okay.
But we'll have to decide what you want to do with her.
I mean,
I don't know if they're in a position to take her or
I
not.
don't know if they are, but I mean, there's lots of people around, she would have company.
Yeah, I can certainly check with them.
Yeah, that's one of the things that would be super helpful, because that was on my mind.
I think it was on his mind. He's like, oh, oh, you met my dog. So there's Remy. Shame, look at Remy. It's Emily with Joe Ferlazzo. Yes, this guy, the guy that's on trial. And with Remy. A female dog. Remy's so cute. Look at Remy. Remy is with Emily's mother now.
One decision, 3 seconds of my life. I couldn't even, like hearing James say, like, why can't you just like leave?
What kind of dog is she? Rescue. Like she's got a little time there.
Maybe. She's not gonna get any bigger.
No, she's perfect size.
Yeah. She's a perfect dog. Like, she literally doesn't, I mean, you saw her.
Yeah.
Like, aside from like a little bit of barking, when she first met somebody new and moved, jumping, because she gets excited for
Yeah.
some love. But
How old is she?
she's gonna be 2 in a couple weeks, and not holding.
You get her here in Vermont or in New Hampshire?
Sure is.
Apparently those are the only 2 cups we got in the barracks, Joe. Let me dump this out and get you a hotter one.
Thank you.
He wants his coffee hotter. Okay, just a little more warm, please. Can you believe this guy? The coffee's it's a little bit cold. Can you get me a hot one? Okay, thanks.
Does anybody smoke cigarettes?
I would have to check.
Did-
I can try to buy them.
Could you find a cigarette?
I can try.
Is that something that,
Yeah, I can try.
am I allowed to have a cigarette?
Yeah, I'll see what enough. We just have to walk outside. You can't smoke in here, so
Okay.
yeah, you can do that. If I can find one. I'm not gonna promise you.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Yeah, can we get some? Perfect.
So he would like to order. He's already had a donut, a burger without the bun, rejected the fries. Okay, he's had a coffee, not hot enough for him. Now he'd like a cigarette. I mean, next he's going to ask for a cigar. He's already also had his blankie. Okay, sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let's just wait and see what Jason has left to say. If there's any follow-up questions, and we're done with that.
Yeah, they want to talk with the other,
Our bosses
the
probably.
other detectives.
Yeah.
Just kind of see what questions everyone has so they
Yeah,
can.
so when we're done with that, we'll make arrangements.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, take you out.
You need a smoke?
Yes.
He'll be like, do you have a sweetener with that? Do I get a cookie? Or what?
See if I can find some.
Yeah, one of the guys just went to grab some, so maybe you and I can take them out.
I wish somebody would take me out. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me.
We have a clinician that we can talk to. That's the best. Most best at this point, Joe. Thank you very much. I'll just take it down.
You say you've been doing this for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
24? So you said.
Yeah. So do me a favor though, if you have,
What's the favor?
you have thoughts of hurting yourself, just let us know.
If I had a gun, I'd do it.
I want you to, it's important you to reach out to somebody, like, let one of us know if you're feeling that way, and that way we'll get somebody here to talk to you. All right?
I mean, I can't hurt myself.
We're not gonna let you hurt yourself.
I can't hurt myself. I'm gonna possibly hurt home from this hot coffee. No. I got nothing, but.
Still hot.
Now it's too hot. It's just so hot. Even add some of the cold coffee to it. This coffee's so hot. Unbelievable.
Yeah, honestly, that's where I was headed. Maybe you didn't pick me up. You would have had a suit on your hands today.
Did you have a plan?
Yeah, I was gonna blame myself. Really the person I think I am, and the person that I am. Somehow they're not the same anymore, and I feel like I'm just like a fucking passenger, man. Like my head spins, just images flashing. I got nothing. Can't use my body. Like it just. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I never felt this way my whole life.
Probably.
40 plus. So past this part, how much do you know about like the next part?
Like in general, or?
Yeah.
So every case is a little bit different. First of all, the other detectives are going to want to make sure that what you're saying is true. And I haven't read the book.
Yeah, yes, you're right.
I haven't read the book. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to verify some stuff, and then,
Yeah.
Cigarette time.
Yeah.
You want one?
Oh my
That's
fuck,
what I heard. Jesus. We'll walk out with you. Okay. Thanks, Sam. Is that your blanket, or did we?
Somebody gave me this blanket.
It did.
I love it.
Yeah, it's chilly out.
Yeah.
do you want your groups or you guys?
Yeah, it's so bad.
He loves the blankie. Okay. See, now it's empty chair moments. We don't have to watch an empty chair. Why would we do such things? We went forward a bit. We teleported a little bit.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is just a consent form. I gotta fill it out here.
He's surprised by all the paperwork that this is taking.
This about the future. Something that's kind of come to mind, and again, I haven't been on the bus, but everything that you're telling us, I'd imagine was extremely messy, and there had to be blood everywhere.
A little bit, wasn't it?
I mean, to cut arms and legs and a head, that's got to be pools of blood, right?
No.
No.
No. Not full of blood.
Why?
Maybe
Why?
like, I don't know, maybe like somebody spilled Gatorade.
Like a full Gatorade?
Maybe like a full, I don't know, like a 16 ounce or something.
Well, how soon after shooting Emily did you cut her up? So 12 to 15 hours after.
More like 24, in my opinion. In my opinion, he dismembered his. It's such a hard thing to say. He dismembered Emily on Monday. That's my opinion. I think he was very busy socializing, trying to keep up appearances on Saturday and Sunday. And I think he dismembered her on Monday and then drove back to go get his Jeep. Came back. And by then it was too late because that evening after being at Spencer's house, he got there at 11:20. Asked Spencer, can you take me to my van? Because now he had his Jeep as well. Then he was going to take the remains and discard it in the woods. That was his plan. That's what he said. So when he's like, 12 to 15, I'm like, probably 24 to 36, more like it.
Did you have to clean up any mess for doing that?
It was a little messy, so I cleaned it up.
Tell me about cleaning it up.
I just wiped it up and put the links in bags and they're in the bags. The rings and
So I might be mistaken, what I was observing here long-wise. So we talked about essentially shot her in the vent. I think we said that was like 1 o'clock in the morning, somewhere in there. So it was 12, how many hours after?
12 to 15 hours.
So we're talking, so that's Saturday. So we're talking 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. Like,
I don't believe him.
it's midnight to noon is 12 hours, and another 3 hours would be 3 on Saturday, 3 p.m. on Saturday.
Might have been.
Nope, he was at a bonfire. He was at the Langs, his friend's house, at a bonfire. He went for breakfast with his sister and her boyfriend at the time, and then he went to hang out at a bonfire later. And then had dinner with his sister.
Is that accurate? I don't want to put words in your mouth by any means.
Yeah.
And where was that? Was that at the parking lot?
No, it wasn't at Bolton, it was in
So
Where in St. Albans, I'm sorry?
where the bus is now, at Bolton.
The line.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. So the cutting of Emily's body occurred inside the bus while it was parked at the Langs.
Correct.
Oh my word. That's where he went to have, you went to join a bonfire, like a party with the Langs. So he's saying that he drove that minibus to the Langs, hung out with them, and dismembered Emily's body while he was parked there. Can you imagine those friends hearing about that now?
And I might have missed it earlier too. So that you were parked somewhere near the Airbnb. That's the impression I got.
Right.
Where exactly were you parked? There, I don't know the area.
There's a parking lot.
So there's a parking lot. So you were parked.
It's like a building.
Okay.
The condos and then parking lot.
Okay.
Right outside the
Gotcha.
building.
Gotcha. So essentially she was
then, at any point during this incident with Emily, did you have help from anyone? No one helped you dispose of the body, no one helped you clean up, no one provided any tools? And other than Spencer, did you tell anyone else what happened?
The only person I told was Spencer, you guys.
Okay. All right. Do you want to read this? I think what might be helpful, I just kind of thought of this when you said it, was like if I get an aerial shot of that Bolton, and you can just mark on the map like the area you were parked. Does that sound like it might be helpful? Might be helpful for me.
Would it be able to identify it on the aerial map?
If it helps you, I can.
It just says your name on it. Do you want to read that? Or back up?
I can tell you. Like,
So what this is this, we talked earlier about the buccal swab signature DNA to process the same. What this is you're giving us your consent for that. And then of the photos. So what it is, I believe you my permission to Detective Seth Richardson to conduct a complete search of things listed below in their content. I understand I do not have to allow this, no forensic process of enforcement. So essentially we're looking for biological, we're looking for your DNA, and then other, they're going to be just photos so we can document if you have any injuries. You know, if you have some bruises that you might not be able to see, that could show in photos.
okay. Yes.
So if you're in agreement with that, what I'll do is have you sign here, and then date and time it, and I'll witness it for you. Yep.
21, what time?
It's 4:40.
440.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll witness this. So you do tattoos? You have a shop somewhere? You work for somebody?
I used to do tattooing in like tattoo shops, and you know, I just kind of freelance. Somebody will message me if they want something, and set up the time and the design they want, and then we'll get together and do it.
Did you do all art on yourself, or did you have other people look at it?
I finished this when the guy started it and walked away, and he left the thing sitting there, so I just finished it while he was helping other people. But
Do you work around here?
I worked at Burlington for like 10 years, and worked in Essex for a year.
Where do you work in Burlington?
At Bodyguard.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I got family crest.
You do?
Yeah, so I'd like to try to maybe get something on another shoulder at some point. Just gotta find something. I want some shadowing, so in southern Vermont, there's not, a lot of people don't do shadowing or they don't do a great job, so I guess just keep trying to find the right person.
You gotta find somebody that can like actually see it through. A lot of people, it takes hours and hours and hours and lots of focus for all of those hours.
Yeah.
I don't know, you either have somebody that's gonna like do it right, or they're just doing it. You know what I mean? Like they're just doing it.
Right. Yeah.
I typically, I try not to like pull images. I mean, with a battery crest, you can't really, it is what it is.
Well, I understand family crescent is something that is, kind of unique, but it's carved in stone what it actually is, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, that sort of thing, you pull a reference and you do the thing.
Right.
But most times I try to just take,
The unique.
I usually just try to take what they have to say and then make something original. So that way, I feel like that way you get the best experience,
Right. Yeah. I kind of get a kick out of, when I play Stan books with like club art. Anyway, what do you want this?
I don't like to do the same thing over and over and over. So you're going to photograph me in here, or?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. One of our colleagues has an actual camera that takes a little bit of pictures, iPhone 6 or whatever this is. So, that's a little bit, I just want to wait for James before he gets too carried away. He's trying to print out a map, an arrow map, so you can show us where you're parked.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool little, bus or RV. You convert that all yourself.
Yeah.
That's cool. Diesel or gas?
Gas. Yeah, my plan was to we had a plan to work and save and then travel.
Yep.
Go see, Yellowstone and the Canyon and Joshua Tree, Colorado.
Literally sounding like a Brian Laundrie wannabe right now. I wonder if he followed Gabby's case. Adam Fravel, we remember Adam Fravel from the Madeline Kingsbury case? He was obsessed with the case, and he said to Madeline Kingsbury, "You're going to end up like Gabby Petito if you carry on like that." And he did strangle her, and he was found guilty. So this guy being like Yellowstone, mentioning all the same points. Wow, it was around the same time of year. This is October 2021. Gabby went missing in September.
That was when we started, that was the plan. And she just stopped working and stopped helping.
Helping financially.
Yeah, she wasn't working. She wasn't contributing to anything really.
Find a picture.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's gonna work.
Okay, whoa. Did he just say that she wasn't contributing to anything, really? Really? He's like a freelance tattoo artist. Remember, Brian Laundrie was also like freelance artist. Gabby Petito was working multiple jobs and she bought the van. Now, in this case, he's saying, she wasn't really contributing anything. Really? She was a licensed nursing assistant. And she wanted to become and was working towards becoming a cosmetologist. Okay. What did he contribute? Oh, as if. This guy, oh my word.
The picture is bad and the furniture is not working. But another sergeant's going to come in. She's on the crime scene team, so she just processes evidence.
Yeah, I told him,
oh, perfect.
Take a picture.
So when they're doing the pictures, I try to come up with a better picture, but the one I found wasn't that good, so I didn't want to show you. Yeah. So they should be introduced in a minute. Anything we haven't talked about? I know you guys were chatting there, but
We were just chatting about, he worked about 10 years at Body Art, Burlington, doing the tattoo artist up there, and then worked about a year in Essex. That was kind of a freelancer doing work.
something else that kind of comes to mind, having this open conversation that might as well ask is is this the first time that something like this has happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
seems like it's pretty.
It's awful.
Pretty in depth.
It's fucking awful, dude. I don't know if it was you or if it was Sam, but if you would have talked to me a week ago, it would have been on the top of the list of things that I would never do.
Obviously.
But it's been.
It shouldn't even be on a list. If you spoke to me a week ago, it would have been the top of the list of things I would never do. Why is there a list for it? That's common sense. Don't do that. Don't kill people. Don't dismember people. That's just common sense. Don't ever. No one needs a list for that.
Such a fucking brutal week. Non-stop. It's morning to night. I don't know what the hell happened. It's just a complete change. Something in me, I don't know if I was talking to you or Sam, but maybe it was you when you said I need to sleep. My brain was like, no, it's not going to stop. You have to stop her now. And the part of me took away from over me. Not good.
All right. Well, why don't we go see where they're
Yeah,
at?
and, just put your name in here, okay? So it's Joseph, right? What your last name?
F-E-R-L-A.
S-E-R-L-A.
Zero.
What's the date of birth?
12/14/79.
Actually, I guess you did birth and your phone number, but I think you need an address. What's your current address?
Current, I guess, I guess now the line.
Okay.
Well, I know I was going to ask you, so, at some point throughout the investigation, we're going to probably take a look at your phone, okay? So it'll be easier for us to access your phone if we have your passcode.
Yeah.
What is that?
012779.
And you know where your phone is now?
It's in my Jeep.
In G?
What an original passcode. I think it's his birthday, right? That's not safe, okay? Make sure you come up with good passwords, Grizzlies. Make sure you have two-factor authentication on. Side note, keep your stuff secure. This guy's like, I think that's his birthday.
Do you need anything else? Good with coffee.
Oh, yeah, maybe another, maybe another pop of off a cig.
Yeah, I can do that.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me go give this to Aimee. I'll be right back. Cool.
Thank you.
Yep. Joe, so this is Aimee. Oh, okay. So Aimee,
What do you need from me?
Amy's gonna take your pictures, and she's also gonna do your beautiful swab.
So swab of the inside of your
Yep,
mouth.
just like a big Q-tip.
How do you say?
Picture time. You could see me flashing the trigger warning there. Oh dear. That means he's gonna take his shirt off. Here we
Are you
go.
good for a second?
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Nice big full size of Robbie.
What is it?
Robbie.
Robbie. Oh, you're Robbie. Okay, great. Great, I'll hold this. We're getting through it.
All right. So what I'll have you do is just stand up, and then I'm just going to take a series of photos of you front, and then side, and then back. And then let me just see your hands. I know it sounds like you showered and everything, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll probably just take a picture of your hands. And then the buccal swabs are super easy. You just open your mouth. We take 2 swabs on one side, 2 swabs on the other. And then, yeah, I don't think we're going to need to swab your hands, but we'll take it from there. So I'll just have you stand against the wall.
Here?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have your sweats on underneath?
Yeah.
Oh. Like, where'd you get those sweaties? All right. And then turn that way. And then turn and face the wall. Okay, and then turn and face this wall over here. Yep. Okay, and now let me see, hold out both your hands like this for me. And then flip them over for me. Yeah, please. Just put an arm on there. Mm-hmm. And what? And then, let me, I'll be right back. You good for a second?
Yeah. Where'd she go? He just wanted to get something, I'm not sure. He's just out in the hallway.
Okay, so I'm not gonna do swabs for your hands, but, all right, so I have not watched, your interview, but my understanding is that, there was some kind of physical altercation with you and Emily, and that you may have been struck, hit, kicked, something like that. Will you consent to me taking photographs of you without clothing on? And if you're not comfortable with it being me, I can have Robbie do it, to see if there's any bruising on you, or marks, or cuts, or anything like that.
I don't know. Actually, naked.
Well, you don't have to be totally naked, no. I mean, we can get, like, I could do chest and maybe legs if you have underwear on. If you're willing to let me, as part of the consent, to do photographs of your body as well? Okay. So any marks or bruises that you're aware of?
Okay.
Okay. Just hold your arms out for me, it's gonna be hard to see the tab, so.
This must have taken a while. There was like, I know I got hit in this arm, I know I got hit here, I know I got hit here, I know I got kicked here, but not.
No marks. Okay, turn for me, let me just check that. You said in your side somewhere? And then on your neck?
Yeah.
Whereabouts again?
No, somewhere over here.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just do some photos. What's that?
Is there anything, I can't do that.
I can't. It's hard to
I can
see.
see with the tattoo.
Yeah, but I mean, there isn't one up, there's not a tattoo up here, so. Yeah. Can you, check in that box, and if not in the box, down in my camera, bag, there's a small scale. So same kind of thing, we'll just do, around. Come in a little bit closer to this. Okay, and then turn for me. Okay, and then turn this a little bit here.
No, that's all right.
Okay, no, don't worry.
You good? Now?
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so now just let me turn so that your other side is facing me. I just want to look at the inside of your neck. So turn over
There you
here.
go. There.
Yep.
Double biting.
Hold straight to the ground.
Okay.
a little longer.
Is there something there?
Well, you know what, I have like a little, almost like a little birthmark right in my hairline, so it's kind of hard to tell if it's a little mark or if it's a birthmark, but we'll just document it. Okay. All right, you're all set. Thank you. You think that's amazing? Okay. How you doing with water and stuff? You need more?
I'm
Good?
I could probably pee.
You good? All right.
Somebody take me to the potty.
You got it.
He literally said, "Can someone take me to the potty?" He literally said potty. Did he say potty? That's what I heard. What? They're like, "You still good with water? I can pee. Someone take me to the potty?" Yeah.
I will find somebody and have them come right back for you.
Thank you.
It's warm in here.
Feels so good.
He literally said potty. What? Evan Leah, Grizzly, sanitize time. Yes, we need to sanitize our eyes right now.
Yeah, you bathroom?
Yeah.
Works for me. Great.
I'll grab cigarettes if you want after you go to the bathroom.
I'll pop, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Right.
Are these your clothes?
We'll go forward now. There.
Comes to mind, you think is important? Do you need anything from us right now?
Yeah. Been great, thank you
Okay.
for everything.
Like we said from the beginning, we're not here to judge you, we're just trying to figure out what happened, and, I think we'll probably step out.
Okay.
For now. If something changes, something comes to mind you think is important, you want to talk to us, you need a drink, you need to go to the bathroom, whatever it is, just let us know. You comfortable right here for now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
I'm going to take this stuff with me, just because of the money that I can't leave you in here. I know you're not going to eat the chips, but if you change your mind, they're there, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, he's like, "Thank you for everything." Yeah, check for those cameras. They're watching you, bro. Ew. What was that? Sharon Kaluta, thank you so much. You said justice for Emily. Yes. I think the jury will have no problem, right? Thank you so much. my, while we're staring at him, if any of you missed the beginning of the stream, we did a full recap, including some details we didn't hear on day one in the opening statements because the court feed had just started quite abruptly. So when they re-uploaded a new version, we could hear more. So check out the beginning of the stream later if you missed it, because then you'll be all refreshed on what the case is about. What you thinking there, dude? Look at him. Damn, does he do anything? Oh, okay. Oh, damn. He's having his nap time now on the floor, or what? Where'd he go? Dude. Just speeding this up a little bit. Does anything else happen? What does he do? Oh, okay.
Detective Sergeant Forrest, is it your understanding that for the next about 40 minutes of the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo is laying on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other questions asked in this room that you recall?
I don't recall if he used the bathroom in that 40 minutes or not. And then after that 40 minutes, as he's leaving this room, we were bringing him to a secure holding cell. I think I asked a question about his boots, but it was nothing significant.
Okay. Thank you.
40 minutes. I'm telling you, he went for nap time. He went potty, then it was time for nap time. Okay, it looks like they're going to ask him some questions now. Kelly says, is it your understanding that he's taking a nippy nappy? That should be the question.
Forrest,
Okay.
okay. No, I'm gonna use that. Yeah, thank you. And Detective Sergeant Forrest, while the video is playing, there's a time at the bottom, a running time. Is that the actual time of day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when we just ended the video, it was approximately 5:07 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. During that entire interview with Mr. Ferlazzo, did he ever say that he was unable or unwilling to speak to you?
No.
Did he ever say that he felt forced to speak with you?
No.
And did you provide him with anything that he asked for?
Yes, we provided him with food, coffee, water, cigarettes, bathroom breaks, a blanket.
And did he consume those things?
Some of those things, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 21. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a transcript of the recorded interview.
And does that include everything said in the interview room?
Yes, I believe so.
Does it also record the breaks?
I believe it records the breaks as well.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit States 21.
No objection.
One's admitted without objection.
At some point, do you move Mr. Ferlazzo to a different space?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time that was?
I believe it was about 40 minutes after the 40 minutes where he laid on the floor, just before 6 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. And where was that space?
So at the St. Albans Barracks, we were in the interview room. We moved him to a secure holding cell.
Okay. And did you speak with him while he was in the cell?
I did,
Okay. Multiple times or just once?
multiple times.
Okay. During any of the cigarette breaks or times you went in to speak with him, did you ask him more questions about Emily?
There was one occasion where we asked questions about Emily. All the other occasions were to check on him, cigarette break, provide him food, that type of thing.
Okay. And the time that you did ask him more questions about Emily, do you recall when that was?
I believe it was shortly after 9 p.m.
Okay. And was this recorded?
Yes, it was.
In which way?
So the holding cell has a recording system. It's audio, video. So the audio wasn't captured for some reason on that system. So there's video. And then as a backup, we have a digital recorder that I had in my pocket because sometimes technology breaks. So the audio is captured on the digital recorder.
Okay. And when you went in to speak with him again, did you tell him that you had more questions for him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you read him his Miranda warnings again?
I didn't reread them. I had the form, the Miranda waiver that he had previously signed. I showed it to him, and I explained all of his rights still apply. It was his choice if he wanted to talk, and we had more questions.
Okay. And what was his response to that?
I believe he said, "What are your questions?"
Okay. And how long did you speak with him?
It was about 20 minutes.
Right. And have you reviewed the recording that was in your pocket?
Yes, I have.
The state identified that as States 20. You reviewed that before your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did we also provide you with a transcription of this conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me boost it already. Hold on.
And that's marked as States 22. Judge, the state would move to admit States 20 and 22.
No objection.
20 and 22 are admitted without objection.
Are there points during this audio that are hard to hear?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why that is?
So the handheld digital recorder that I use, I keep it in my pocket. So occasionally you can just hear like the rustling of my jacket.
Thank you.
It is October 19th, 2021, 9:18 p.m.
Okay, so this will be difficult to hear. I've boosted it. We're going to do our best with it. Here we go.
There you go. You got a second? Can you sit up for me? You doing okay? How was the pizza? Yeah, it's okay. It gets old after a while, you know? We had a few more things we were hoping to talk about. Is that something you're willing to do? Go back into the other room? We just wanted to clarify a few more things. Totally your choice. Or if you don't want to walk all the way down there, we could do it. We could do it in here. But we prefer to just sit at that table. But whatever you're more comfortable with, again, it's your choice. You want us to just ask them in here? Okay. You said yeah. Okay. So I'm going to step in. Just before I ask the question, I just want to show you this form. We went over it earlier with all your rights. I just want you to know that this Miranda form that you signed earlier, that all these still apply. You know, so this is still in place. So at any point you want to talk to us, you just let us know, okay? Seth and I appreciate the conversation that we've had, the honesty that you've provided, and it's taken us some time to try to, you know, what we like to do, check and verify things, right? And so we appreciate, the details that you told us earlier, help us understand what's going on. I guess my first question, before we get to some other specific ones, is there anything that has come to mind sitting in here that you want to share with us? Any details we haven't talked about yet? So nothing's come up that you're like, oh, I should have told him this, or I wish I had told him that? Okay. All right. And, you have questions? Yeah, I think we have a couple.
So if we talked a little bit about it before, about the items that you take out of the net. Shoes, all the glasses and stuff, and I was hoping that you just, if you could remember anything more about the bag that you put that in.
It was like a food shopping bag.
Do you remember what color it was or anything about? White.
I think, just based on what I know about the case, that they're asking about what type of bag did he put Emily's glasses, phone, wallet, and shoes in, because he put that in some sort of a grocery bag and then he threw that away at a gas station. So I think that's what they're asking about right now.
Okay. And you talked about that you're confident that you put that bag in a garbage can at the Richmond gas station. Did you put that white bag in any other bag, or did you put the white bag in the garbage? You know what I mean? Did you put it in a black bag before you put it in the garbage or anything like that, or something like that?
Pretty sure it was just the white bag.
Okay. I appreciate that.
When you say fruit shopping bag, was it paper, was it plastic? A plastic. Do you know where it was from?
Like Shaw's and Murphy bags.
Oh, right. I remember saying that. Did you buy something at Shaw's or Market Basket that would help kind of recall like what bag it was?
It's just a food bag.
But had you gotten it recently, or is it old?
Oh, I think I had like a bunch of them.
Oh, okay. Right.
And then, you told us earlier that since you grabbed that lock out of the closet and jumped on the bed. So I was hoping we could just talk briefly about, when you jumped on, did you jumped on the bed or jumped on her correctly? How did that kind of play out?
Jumped on, well, yeah, like jumped on the bed. Like jumped on her, she was on the bed, like.
Okay. And you mentioned, when we talked before, you said that you don't believe she was sleeping because she was still kind of saying stuff under her breath at you. You jumped on her. Did she say anything to you?
Something like, are you fucking kidding me? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And then, what was her reaction to you?
It was just like that. I mean, I just jumped on her and she said, like, are you kidding me? Are you gonna be fucking kidding me? Something like that.
Did she try to fight you or anything like that? And how long did you estimate was it when you jumped on her and when you fired the first shot?
Second.
Okay. And how about the second shot?
Another second.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything. I'm just trying to understand. So essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, you jumped on her and bang bang. Like that. Is that how it happened?
And I think you shook your head no, but when Seth asked you if she tried to like put up a fight, did you say yes or no?
There was none.
There was no fight? Okay.
In the bags that you used, where did those bags come from?
Grocery store.
No, the garbage bags.
Grocery store.
Oh, so you got them at the grocery store. Did you have them prior to this, or did you have to go get the garbage bags?
I had them.
Okay. And I want to take you a little bit back a little bit. You talked about your trip to Vermont. You said that everything's pretty good and it was pretty good, right? Did you guys make any stops or do any sightseeing or anything like that on your way in here?
I feel like I did, but I can't. I don't know that I can answer that right now. I'm having a hard time focusing.
Yeah, so my question was, is when you guys being at your travel to Vermont, previously we had talked about, and I had asked you, can you tell me about your travels here? You said it was very enjoyable, really happy. So my question to you now is if you made any stops or did anything between New Hampshire and arriving in Vermont?
Oh.
Can't imagine nothing is completely out of my budget. Probably terrible, huh? So have you ever thought about anything like this before? There's never a time in the past where it came under your skin. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but beating on you, as you said, kind of beating on you, provoking you. Was there ever a time when you felt like you could do something like this with her?
No. No. There's definitely been times that we go back and forth. She's like, I'm not killing you, like, like ashamed to say like, oh, like,
Yeah.
oh my God, okay, you know, just,
So what do you think? How do you think this all happened? I mean, how do you feel like, you know, it happened? What do you think happened? What do you think caused this?
I remember sitting there,
On the couch?
you know, just trying to like, it was raining. I remember I was just watching the rain. It was lightning. And I was on vacation and I was just trying to enjoy myself and stay out of the rain. And like I just kept trying to like relax and she just kept trying to unfurl my piece. And it was just like, I just felt this like, wave come over me. Yeah, it was like,
What did that make you feel like you talked about before, like you felt like a warm sensation in your body?
yeah, like I just lost some focus. Rage.
Were you feeling angry, or were you feeling sad, or
Yeah, I felt-
how were you feeling?
I felt being pushed, fed up. It was like, I swear it felt like it was every couple seconds. And it was just quiet. Sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know if it's helpful.
So what were you feeling after?
Disgusted.
In what way?
I'm disgusted with myself.
So you're feeling disgusted with yourself? Like in disbelief of what happened?
Yes, sir. I still am. I can't sleep.
Do you have anything else?
I don't think so. Anything that you want to share or questions for us before we wrap up here?
Nothing that comes to mind. Anything can happen. Do you have like a...
Yeah.
Can you leave me?
I can
It
try.
sounds like you have a question, but...
No, I don't.
Oh.
I can try to kind of explain the process from here. But before we get there, I guess I should say, like, I appreciate the honesty today, and I hope you feel that we treated you okay today. It's, you know, our job isn't to judge or make judgment on anyone. We're fact finders, and we're trying to piece this together. So we appreciate your honesty, and yeah. So this last piece of paper I have is just a sworn statement form. Can you just spell your last name for me? Your date of birth? Which makes you have 20, 41, 41, you'll be 42 this year. What's your legal address, your residential address?
I get mail at the Lions place.
Do you live there? Or not really?
And I kind of just bounce around.
All right.
What's their address?
14 River Lane.
Sorry, I'm just muting that quickly.
So that she doesn't know that. Didn't hear from.
Sam asked you to reach out. Jason, Sarah.
What is your number?
It's 35.
So this sheet says that on October 19th, 2021, I, Joseph Ferlazzo, did I say that correctly? Provided a verbal and audio recorded statement to Detective Sergeant James Morris of the Vermont State Police of my own free will without any threats or promises made to me. I am aware that it is a crime, a violation of Title 13 VSA 1754, to give false information to a police officer implicating another person or to deflect an investigation from the person or another person. The taped recorded statement is true and accurate to the best of my knowledge, belief, and ability. It's attached to and incorporated into that statement. Does that make sense? We're just asking that you swear that you told us the truth today. So feel free to read that. If you have any questions, let me know. If you agree, I'll have you sign where it says Athenian and date right underneath it.
What is the next name?
Yep. So in terms of process, where we go from here is we have to get in contact with the state's attorney's office and let them know, we've been in contact with them, but let them know where we're at. And ultimately, we will reach out, if the state's attorney agrees, reach out to a judge and see if they think you should go to jail tonight and have a court hearing tomorrow, if there should be bail, if there should be conditions of release. All of that is determined by a judge. It's not something that we determine. We just are we provide the information and they tell us what we should do, and then most likely you'll have a court appearance tomorrow at some point. I think in Chittenden it might be in the afternoon, like 1 p.m., but I'm not positive. So we should know a little bit more about where you're going tonight in a little while. But obviously with the information that you provided, and we appreciate it, and the information that we've learned throughout the investigation, we have located Emily and she's deceased, so that we have to deal with that. Make sense? Any questions on that? Okay.
Just have to fingerprint around it.
All right, we're gonna step out. Do you need anything right now? Okay, we can do that. It is now 9:38 p.m.
Why don't we take our morning break now? Take a 15-minute break.
The judge, why don't we take our morning break now? Yes. Can we also, Grizzlies, can we go have a nap? And go to the potty? And can the coffee please be hot? It's not hot enough. Oh man, it is exhausting listening to that guy. So as I'm saying here, for those of you relatively new to the case, if you didn't see Friday, that was day 1 of the trial, then check out the beginning of this stream when you can, because I recapped everything. You can also expand the description box. There's a write-up there for you. Joseph Ferlazzo was 41 at the time. He was arrested on October 19th of 2021 and arraigned on October 20th of 2021. He was charged with first-degree murder and held on no bond, so he's been in jail ever since. This case happened in Burlington, Vermont. And so he confessed to murdering his wife. They were celebrating their 1-year wedding anniversary. Emily was only 22 years old. And he put a throw pillow over her head and shot her twice. And then he stabbed her body 18 times post-mortem, and then he dismembered her as well. And he confessed to all of that in those police interviews, and they found the evidence as such. But yet he pleaded not guilty, so here we are. I don't know if he thinks it's like a chance of, I don't know what, like a lesser sentence, freedom, who knows. But shame that public defender, Margaret Jantsch, I don't know how to say her surname, Jantsch, wow, shame. She must be like, oh my word, I've got to defend this guy. Yes, unfortunately. So we're gonna teleport now. That's him, by the way. This is the defendant right here. He's 44 now. Does he need to go potty? Okay, we're going to teleport forward now.
$29.
And accounted for will proceed after our morning break.
Here we go.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Sergeant Voris, what is the approximate total time that you spoke to Mr. Ferlazzo on the 19th?
I believe it was about 3 hours.
And at the end of the audio that we just heard, it appeared that you asked Mr. Ferlazzo if he was willing to sign a sworn statement form.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you which been marked as states 129. Is that the form you were going over with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit states 129.
Any objection?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibit 129, states 129 is admitted without objection.
Is this the form that I just showed you?
Yes.
Screen. And so in the audio, in the down the right corner there, is that where Mr. Ferlazzo signed?
Yes.
When you asked him if he was willing to sign this, did he make any indications that what he told you wasn't truthful?
No, he did not.
Before moving on, the individual that you spoke with and is on the video with you, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Identified as Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes, he's at the table, blue shirt, black tie.
Thank you. Judge, the state would ask that the record reflect Mr. Ferlazzo has been identified.
So reflected.
I just want to switch to another feed in case the sound is a bit better, because today there's a lot of all that background noise. So just give me 1 second, please. I just want to see. Maybe it improves it for us, you know? Okay, so I think I found the right place. Go like this. Okay. Nope, it still sounds the same.
Is that the form you were going over with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit
tried.
states 129.
Any objection?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibit 129, states 129 is admitted without objection.
Is this the form that I just showed you?
Yes.
Screen. And so in the audio, in the down the right corner there, is that where Mr. Ferlazzo signed?
Yes.
Yeah, we were around here.
When
Sorry
you
for that
asked him if
background
he
noise.
had-
It really sucks.
Was willing to sign this? Did he make any indications that what he told you wasn't truthful?
No, he did not.
Before moving on, the individual that you spoke with and that's on the video with you, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Identified as Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes, he's at the table, blue shirt, black tie.
Thank you. Judge, the state would ask that.
He's right there. That baby boy, the one the one who wants to go potty, that needs hotter coffee, the one with the blanket. Yeah, that one. Does he have a blanket now? No. Okay, but there he is in court. Oh, okay.
The record reflects Mr. Ferlazzo has been identified.
So reflected.
Have you interviewed individuals related to homicide cases prior to this one?
Yes.
Do you know how many approximately you were the case officer on?
At that time, I believe It was around 10, maybe, approximately.
And have you done others since?
Yes, since then, I've been assisted or been the lead on about 50 homicide cases throughout Vermont. I would say the lead on 15 of them.
Okay. And in your experience, is it common for people to appear tired or stressed during those interviews?
Yes.
Have people declined to speak with you during those interviews?
Yes, they have.
Have people told you that they don't feel comfortable speaking with you,
Yes.
or that they aren't in the right state of mind to provide an accurate statement?
Maybe not in those exact words, but people have declined to speak with me for a variety of reasons.
Okay. Did Mr. Ferlazzo ever make any such statements during the time you spoke to him?
Never.
He did make a few statements about his mind not being right. Did that concern you in a way that made you question his ability to give a statement?
It didn't concern me from my standpoint because Mr. Ferlazzo was articulate. He was responsive to my questions. He said he wanted to talk, like, very early on. There was no concern about his ability to interact and converse with me.
Okay. And after you concluded the interview with him or with anybody, what's the sort of next steps you take in an investigation?
So I call it like check and verify. So when someone tells us something, we try to prove it right or prove it accurate and see if there's other evidence that supports what we're being told.
Actually, before we move on to that, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 13. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a sketch that Mr. Ferlazzo drew during our interview.
Oh my. He drew a little sketch.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what he drew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State would move, or State 13.
Any objection?
Any objection?
Oh, I'm sorry. No objection.
States 13 is admitted without objection.
And is this that sketch?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a little bit small, but can you kind of describe to the jury what it is?
So it's the sketch during the interview when Seth and I, or Detective Sergeant Richardson and I, were talking about the layout of the camper van with Mr. Ferlazzo. He drew the sketch. It's kind of maybe appears upside down on the screen, but the bed is at the top. And then he depicted a couch, a closet, the bathroom, and he depicted the location where Emily currently was at the time of the interview.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the check and verify, is that what you called it?
Yes.
Okay, so in this case, did you, after you interviewed Mr. Ferlazzo, did you work to confirm or deny things that he'd made in his statement?
Yes.
Statements that he'd made? And were you able, during the course of your investigation, were you able to verify any of the statements that he made?
Yes, we were.
And specifically starting with the location of the incident, were you able to confirm?
Yes. We spoke with his sister, Nikki, and she provided information that was consistent with what Joe provided us. Emily's geolocation data was consistent with being at Bolton Friday evening.
And he told you that the homicide had occurred while Emily was in bed. Were you able to verify that?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you able to verify that?
The physical evidence is consistent with that. The pillow from the bed sheets, the bed itself.
And what about where he shot her on her body?
Yes, that was confirmed during autopsy.
Okay. And he made statements about firearms located in the van.
Yes.
Were you able to verify that?
Yes, there were firearms located in the van.
Okay. How many firearms were located in the van?
I believe it was 2 handguns and 3 long guns.
Can you describe what a long gun is?
Like a rifle. I think there was like a short-barreled rifle, a shotgun, and another rifle, and then 2 handguns.
Okay. Did he tell you during your interview that Emily owned any of those guns?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily had a gun?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily slept with a gun under her pillow?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily possessed or used a gun at any point?
No, he did not.
May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, little sidebar. Okay, Stefan says if his tattoos are like the sketch, he'll be in trouble in prison. Earlier I was saying that unfortunately his skills as a tattoo artist will probably serve him well in prison, but not if he draws like that. Not if it's like the sketch we just saw. Oh, camera person panning to him. Dude, what are you doing? Why? Put everyone through this. I'm glad to be here with you guys. But why? Oh my word. One would think someone like this wants control. Well, the ultimate way to take control is to say, yes, I plead guilty, right? Now it's like, what if? I don't think he's gonna be too lucky, in my opinion. Based on everything we've heard, right? Misty says, does Joe have priors? Not that we know of, but they did look into his stepmother's unsolved murder. She was stabbed, and they were looking at him. I just haven't found any updates since then. That was in 2009. So, that's a red flag, right? Okay, wait, sorry, we're gonna skip over the sidebar here. Yeah. Look at it.
Actually,
Look at his sketch.
Start with a stipulation. Did you confirm where Mr. Ferlazzo was the following morning?
Yes.
Where did you confirm that he was?
We obtained video of him out to breakfast at Maxie's in Waterbury, Vermont.
Okay. Judge, if the court could read stipulation states number.
Yes. Murdered Emily, his wife, on their 1-year wedding anniversary, and then went for some breakfast and mimosas at Maxie's. Wow. The next morning.
Number 117.
All right, there's no objection to the admission of one.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, stipulation number 2. Members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video and a purchase receipt from Maxie's restaurant in Waterbury, Vermont from the morning of October 16, 2021. That surveillance video and a copy of the receipt was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective James Horace. The authenticity of the surveillance video and purchase receipt is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video and purchase receipt is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this case, in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that's admitted as states 117.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 14 and 15. Recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what they are?
15 is the receipt from Maxie's from October 16th, and 14 is a screenshot from the video from Maxie's.
It would move to admit.
Show us the screenshot.
Any objections?
No objection.
14 and 15 are admitted without objection.
Detective Sergeant Horace, is this the screenshot from the surveillance?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury sort of what they're looking at here?
This is inside Maxie's restaurant in Waterbury, and Mr. Ferlazzo is in the kind of in the middle, maybe upper left.
Sorry, I'm trying to take this image off quickly. Hold on. There he is. Here. Oh my word.
Side of the screen near the door.
Sure.
And is this the receipt from the breakfast that morning?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm where Mr. Ferlazzo went Saturday night with his sister?
Yes.
Where was that?
The Twigs restaurant in St. Albans, Vermont.
Judge, the state would ask the court to read stipulation number 3, States 118.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
States 118 is admitted. I'll read stipulation number 3. Members of the jury, the state independent, Joseph Ferlazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video from Truex restaurant in St. Albans, Vermont from the evening of October 16, 2021. That surveillance video was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective James Boris. The authenticity of the surveillance video is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. State 118 is in.
Did you provide still shots from, surveillance videos from inside of Twigs?
Yes.
And did we have 2 different angles of that?
Yes.
Have you reviewed them prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. The state would move to admit states 16 and 17.
No objection.
States 16 and 17 are admitted without objection.
Does that clip just show Mr. Ferlazzo in Twigs?
Yes.
Is this also inside of Twigs?
Yes, it is.
So they're talking about Saturday, October 16th of 2021. Joseph and Emily were in that converted minibus. They went from New Hampshire to Vermont on Friday, October 15th of 2021. And then they parked close to an Airbnb where his sister was staying with her boyfriend at the time, because for him it was like, let's go on a getaway, like a weekend getaway, and meet up with my sister. He wanted Emily to meet her sister-in-law for the first time, right? And so this now would be the next day. He had apparently murdered Emily in the early morning hours of October 16th of 2021. They said that he turned Emily's phone off, and that was around midnight, and then he turned his phone back on later. He turned her phone off, murdered her, turned his phone off as well, turned his phone back on later. Then he went for breakfast with his sister. We saw a little screenshot of that they showed us, right? Then he went to hang out with friends, and then he went out for dinner. So this is 10/16/2021 at 20:29, right? As you could see there on top. Let me just move my logo. There we go. So he's just, carrying on with his weekend. He's having mimosas at breakfast. He's enjoying his breakfast. He's going to visit friends, and he's going for dinner after murdering his wife, allegedly, 22-year-old Emily. This guy was 41 at the time.
Were you able to, did you ever locate Emily's stuff that Mr. Ferlazzo indicated he'd thrown away?
We did not.
Okay, and that was her phone and her wallet,
And her glasses, yes.
glasses.
Donna says, did Emily ever meet Nikki? Yes, for 15 minutes on Friday, October 15th. They spent about 15 minutes together or so, and that was it. And then that night, going into early morning hours of Saturday, Joseph Ferlazzo said that there was an argument and that he decided enough is enough, and he killed Emily.
And did members of VSP attempt to find these items?
Yes, we did. We were unsuccessful.
And you were looking, how long after he allegedly threw these things out were you looking for them?
So we had several detectives and troopers that were assisting in the investigation starting, on the 19th, which were several days after this all occurred.
Right, okay. Were you able to confirm whether or not he gave his sister a tattoo?
Yes, we did confirm that happened.
And at some point during the interview, were investigators able to locate Emily's body?
Yes.
And was she located where Mr. Ferlazzo said she would be?
Yes, she was in the bathroom area of the camper van.
Was her body in the condition that Mr. Ferlazzo said it would be?
Yes, it was.
Which would be dismembered. 8 trash bags.
Did you locate the saw that Mr. Ferlazzo said he used?
Members of the crime scene search team located it in the camper van in the area where he said it was, behind the driver's seat.
Was there anything you learned after the investigation that Mr. Ferlazzo did not tell you during the interview?
Yes.
What was that?
I learned after Emily's autopsy that she also sustained stab wounds.
Okay. During your
18 stab wounds post-mortem. 1 to the chest, 8 to the abdomen, 9 in the back. After she'd already been murdered.
investigation, were you able to determine how tall Mr. Ferlazzo is
Yes.
and how much he weighed?
Yes.
And what was,
I determined that through his DMV records.
and what is his height and what did he weigh?
It was 6 feet tall and approximately 200 pounds.
Okay. Did that seem consistent with your interactions with him?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, did you seek a warrant for call detail records for the phone number and physical phone belonging to Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, we had, there were separate search warrants for his phone number, a search warrant for Emily's phone number, and a search warrant for Joseph's physical cell phone.
Okay. And did you receive those records in return?
Yes, we received records for both phone numbers and for, the cell phone went to our technology unit.
Okay. Did you review the records?
So the call detail records, or the records associated with the cell phone carrier, so Joseph's phone number was 802, I think it was AT&T, and Emily's phone number started with 603 area code. Those carrier records I looked at briefly, but ultimately are analyzed by our technology unit. And then I did look at the data that came off of his phone myself.
Okay. Judge, stipulation number 4 states 119.
What is it, sir?
Objection?
What is it?
Any objection to 119?
No, thank you. No, Judge, no objection.
Stipulation number 4, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. Vermont State Police searched a red Jeep Wrangler belonging to Joseph Ferlazzo pursuant to a search warrant on October 19, 2021. During that search, an iPhone belonging to Joseph Ferlazzo was collected by Detective Sergeant Aaron McNeil. The iPhone was tagged as item, quote, Jeep number 2, end of quote, quote, item 14, end of quote, and delivered to the Vermont State Police Technology Investigation Unit, in parentheses, TIU, end of parentheses. The iPhone was in the same condition upon arrival at the TIU as it was when collected from the Jeep during the search on October 19, 2021. An extraction was done of Joseph Ferlazzo's iPhone, in parentheses, AKA, quote, item 14, end of quote, end of paragraph, by Detective Eric Jollymore and added to the case file. That extraction was done in accordance with his training, and the authenticity of that extraction is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the iPhone belonging to Mr. Ferlazzo is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. Page 119.
So after the technology unit extracts that data and sends that portable case to you, how does that portable case look from your end?
So I received the case from the technology unit. We call it a portable case. It's on, in this circumstance, it was on a hard drive, like a portable hard drive. And I plug it into the computer. I can open the program on my desktop, and then I can review the data that was on the device.
Okay. And is that program pretty user-friendly?
Extremely user-friendly, yes.
Is there any training provided in order to use it?
There's no training required to read a portable case. I have taken training to create portable cases and to extract cell phones myself. I didn't do that in this case, but the portable case it's very user-friendly.
Okay. So were you able to review any text messages from Mr. Ferlazzo's phone to Emily's phone between the time she was killed and the time she was located?
Yes.
Were there any messages sent from Emily's phone to Joseph's phone during that time period?
No, all the messages were sent from Joseph's phone to Emily.
I'm going to show you this part that states 18. 4 pages. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what this is?
These are the messages that were observed, from Joseph's phone within that portable case that were sent to Emily's phone number.
States to admit 18.
This guy sent 16 messages to Emily's phone after he murdered her. Like, where are you? What are you doing? We're going to probably see it now. But, 16 messages pretending like, hey, where'd you go?
Objection to
No objection.
18 is admitted without objection.
She's talking. I'm going home to get
Detective Sergeant Forrest, can you just read the messages to the jury and the date and time they were sent?
Yes. October 16th, 2021 at 1:09:58 p.m. Message sent, babe. On October 16th, 2021 at 1:20:49 p.m. Message sent, what are you doing? Talk to me, please. On October 16th, 2021 at 1:52:47 p.m. the message was sent that read, where are you, lovey? I wanted to ride with you today. On October 16th, 2021 at 2:02:18 p.m. the message was sent that read, I'm at the Langs, call me. On October 16th, 2021 at 2:02:47 p.m. message sent, the tranny on the bus is smoking, with a emoji. On October 16th, 2021 at 2:57:18 p.m. message was sent, whatever, I'm going to spend time with Nikki while I can, call me. On October 16th, 2021 at 8:09:48 p.m. WTF, babe. On October 17th, 2021 at 8:45:24 a.m. message read, good morning, Bubby. I miss you. Please call me. Nikki just messaged me. You want to meet up in Burlington for some snacks and whatnot. On October 17th, 2021 at 2:03:02 p.m., the message read, "Hello, question mark, question mark." On October 17th, 2021 at 8 p.m., the message was sent that read, "Please M, pick up." On October 17th, 2021 at 8:12 p.m., message 2 emojis were sent. On October 18th, 2021 at 12:05:48 a.m., the message read, "This is far enough. Get your ass home. I gotta go back to NH. Are you coming back?" On October 18th, 2021 at 12:05:48 a.m., I believe that's the same message I just read. On October 18th, 2021 at 1:05:36 a.m., random question, "Where is the extension cord? I want to plug the fan in." October 18th, 2021 at 9:06:19 a.m., "Good morning, baby," with an emoji. On October 18th, 2021 at 10:25:51 a.m., "You're an asshole. I don't deserve this shit."
Is that all of the messages that were sent?
I believe so, yes.
Nice. Calling her an asshole. I don't deserve this after actually murdering her.
Ms. Jantz, any cross?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Morning, Detective Sergeant Voris.
Good morning.
On October 19th, the day Mr. Ferlazzo was interrogated by you and Detective Richardson, Spencer Lemons had already contacted the police through the 911 call and relayed to the police information that he had saying that Mr. Ferlazzo admitted to killing Emily. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And on October 19th, police were actively looking for Mr. Ferlazzo, correct?
Yes.
And Aimee Nolan, who was at that time a member of the Vermont State Police, by happenstance encountered him in St. Albans and a Maple Fields. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And she drove him in her truck back to the St. Albans barracks of Vermont State Police, correct?
Yes.
From the time that he arrived at the Vermont State Police barracks in St. Albans, he was never outside the presence of someone from law enforcement, correct?
I believe there were times where he was alone, like in the interview room, by himself. At points during the interaction.
Was he under observation through a two-way mirror at times when he was alone in the interview room?
That room doesn't have a two-way mirror, no.
Does not?
No, it does not.
Okay. Okay. At any point, was he free to leave?
He was probably not free to leave.
So we can agree that he was in custody during the time he was at the Vermont State Police barracks, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So how long did you say you have been with the Vermont State Police?
Since January of 2014.
And prior to that, your law enforcement experience was what?
I have no prior law enforcement experience.
Okay. You did graduate from the Vermont Police Academy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the academy, you were told and given instructions on how to interrogate/interview a suspect, correct?
There was a class on interviews and interrogations, yes.
And you learned through your instruction, and subsequently, I'm assuming through experience, what is necessary in order for a confession to be considered voluntary and constitutional, correct?
I don't recall specifically the conversation around that, but I'm sure it may have been part of it. I just don't recall.
Well, you know that you can't make physical threats to get a person to confess, don't you?
Of course.
And you know that you can't even make threats of harsh penalties to get them to confess, right?
Correct.
And you can't make any
And they didn't. They were so gentle with him. They gave him a blankie, a donut, a coffee, a hotter coffee, a burger, some fries, some water. He had a potty break. He had smoke break. Yeah, I don't know where this is going, but okay. The defense attorney has to try.
promises of leniency, can you, to get them to confess?
Nope.
And the form that he signed indicated that he hadn't been coerced or threats made against him, correct?
I believe that's what it says, yes.
You also know that if someone is highly intoxicated, what they say may not be rational or valid, correct?
Depends on the situation, but that's possible.
It's possible. Or if someone is having a mental health crisis, that also may make the statements they are giving you not admissible because not rational, correct?
Not admissible? Are you asking if it's not admissible?
I'll withdraw that question and rephrase it.
Okay.
In order for someone's statements to be considered voluntary, they have to be able to think rationally. Isn't that correct?
That sounds right. I don't know the legal standard sitting here. Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds right. So some things that might interfere with a person's ability to be rational are mental health issues, right?
Potentially.
Yes, yes, right?
No, I said potentially.
Potentially, depending on what?
I think you can have mental health issues and be rational.
Okay, so what you're distinguishing is the severity of the mental health issue at the time of the interrogations. Am I hearing you correctly?
No.
Okay, then tell me what you mean.
I just answered your question. If you asked if you could have mental health issues and be rational, and that I agree.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. And if someone had a physical condition that prevented them from being rational at the time of the interrogation, that also could be a reason why their statement might not be voluntary. Isn't that correct?
A physical condition?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay. So, for example, I'll give you some examples. If someone is severely injured and is unable to speak, to give a statement coherently, that would be a situation you would consider as not voluntary, wouldn't you?
Could the parties approach?
Yes.
The judge, could the parties approach? I mean, she's asking him like legal questions at this point. Stefan says, objection, he's not an expert in that field. I like his subtle snark, right? Pernille said, well said, Detective Forrest. Little sidebar. No, we don't want to look at him.
Joseph came into the barracks and interacted with a couple of people before you and Detective Richardson came into the room to talk to him, correct?
Yes.
He was given coffee or a drink of water, correct?
Yes.
He was given a donut, I think, correct?
Yes.
And somebody said they would get him a sandwich. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Do you know that he said that he was really tired?
I know that now, yes.
Did you know that then?
I did not.
One of the first things he asked you was, what time is it, what day is it, correct?
That was not me.
That was not me.
You're right. I'm sorry, I withdraw that. He did say to you, however, I haven't eaten much and I've been up for days, correct?
I believe at some point he said that, yes.
I have a timestamp of 2:47 p.m., which would have been about 5 or 10 minutes into the interview with you.
Sounds about
Sounds right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you he was tired? He'd been, yes?
He said he'd been up for days.
And then at 3:12, he said, I'm really tired. Do you recall him saying that?
I recall him talking about needing to sleep or being up for days and maybe being tired, yes.
And then immediately following that, he said, I don't know what day it is. This thing is sort of like not really able to have a clear thought, or I just feel like you're stuck in a hole. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember I had asked him what he did on Sunday, and he couldn't recall, and that's when he described feeling like he was stuck in a hole. Yes.
And that he didn't have a clear thought. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that specifically.
I can show it to you if that would help.
It would refresh my memory, or if I could look at the transcripts, that would be great.
What are you showing?
Let's speed this up a little bit.
God's sakes. But this doesn't have the timestamps.
There's a hot mic going
I'll just take
on.
your testimony that you don't remember precisely him saying at that point that he didn't have a clear thought. Is that right? You don't have a clear recollection of that?
I just don't recall the exact words, and so that's my testimony.
Okay. But something to that effect. You do recall that he said, not thinking clearly, regardless of whether you remember the...
I don't recall him saying, I'm not thinking clearly. I recall him saying, talking about his mind, yes.
And what about his mind? Recall him saying?
Just generally, he was having some trouble remembering some things, and I think at one point he said he was trying to blank page it, I took that to trying to forget about what happened.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember him saying, I never thought anybody could push me to do that?
I do.
Do you remember him saying, my mind is so broken, I can't think straight?
I recall seeing it, reviewing the interview. I'm not sure if I was in the room at that point. I just don't recall, but I recall seeing that, yes.
That he said that, whether it was to you or to another law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you remember him saying, I'm not okay?
I do.
And in response to him saying, making various statements about him not thinking clearly, you didn't ask him why he wasn't thinking clearly, did you?
There were times in the interview where I asked what that meant. When he spoke about falling into a hole, I think my response was, what does that mean? So there were times where I did question what that meant.
Okay. And you didn't stop the interview, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't think that his statements to the effect that he wasn't thinking clearly was enough to stop the interview, did you?
I did not.
And when he said early on, I haven't slept for days, you didn't ask him if he needed to sleep before you spoke to him, did you?
I did not ask him if he wanted to sleep before we spoke.
And then
They're like, busted. He didn't take a nap before he confessed within 42 seconds.
at the end of the roughly 2-hour initial part of the interview that we saw, he put the blanket around himself and lay down on the floor. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he did.
And slept for approximately, or we don't know whether he was actually sleeping, but he was on the floor for 40 minutes with the blanket wrapped around him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then he was moved to a holding cell. Is that right?
Yes.
And he was in that holding cell from approximately, I think you testified, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And then you and Sergeant Richardson went to the holding cell to ask him more questions.
Yes, there was some interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo between 6 and 9 p.m., but around 9:15, we asked more questions.
He was sleeping, wasn't he, when you arrived at the cell?
I don't know if he was sleeping.
Was he lying down?
He was lying down.
Did he have the blanket over himself?
He did.
We all just heard the audio of your interview with him at about 9:17 or something like that.
Around that time, yes, ma'am.
Sounded very sleepy, didn't he?
I would say he sounded like Mr. Ferlazzo. I don't
Okay,
think he sounded
well-
sleepy.
Well, your only interaction with him was the original interview. I'll withdraw the question. He reiterated to you something he told you early on, that at the time of the alleged shooting, a wave came over him. Isn't that right?
He did reiterate that, yes.
And he had originally told you he had a feeling of warmth come over him. Isn't that right?
Yes, he also used the word rage.
Yes, he did. He also said loss of focus, didn't he?
Yes.
That's okay.
How dare they question him when he's tired with a dirty nappy?
That's okay. We found the page, but I'm not going to go back. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
No redact, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll slow it down in a moment again.
Does the court want to start the next witness?
If you have a witness available, why don't we start?
Background noise, my word.
Who's next?
Seth.
Seth.
Okay, we'll go forward a little bit.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth as to the pains and penalties. Yes.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Seth Richardson, Richardson.
Okay. And how are you employed?
Currently employed by the Vermont State Police.
Okay. The acoustics in here are not great, so try to keep your voice up so they can hear you in the back. Currently employed by the Vermont State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the Vermont State Police?
13 years.
Were you employed by them in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you become involved in an investigation related to Aimee Ferlazzo?
Yes.
When did you become involved?
It was on the morning of the 19th.
And in what capacity did you become involved?
Some detective sergeant assigned to the major crime unit, my commanding officer, had contacted me and asked me to respond.
Okay. When the major crimes unit is needed, are all of the members of the major crimes unit sort of brought in?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And so where did you travel from?
My residence in Rutland, Vermont.
Okay. Upon arrival at the St. Albans Barracks, what tasks were you given related to this investigation?
So I was paired with Detective Sergeant Sam Truex, who is since retired. We were asked to go to the Lang's residence, inquire if Jason Lang would participate in the interview, and if so, during that interview, if we could obtain consent to search his property.
Okay. And did you search the property?
Yes.
Did you locate Emily on the property?
No.
And did you return to the barracks?
Yes.
After that? And so what tasks were you next given related to the investigation?
So shortly after I returned to the barracks, I had learned that Joseph had come to the barracks, or was brought to the barracks, and that would be assisting Detective Sergeant James Voris with interviewing Joseph.
Okay. What information did you have about the case prior to going into the interview?
Really not much. That it was a missing person complaint. It was somewhat suspicious, and at that point, I don't remember if the RV was seized or was in the process of being seized.
Okay. What was your role during the interview?
Just a co-interviewer, I guess a second interviewer in the room.
Okay. So the jury has seen the video. Is it you in the room with Detective Sergeant Voris?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present when Detective Sergeant Voris read Mr. Ferlazzo his Miranda rights?
Yes, I was.
Miranda warnings. And so did you witness him waive those rights?
Yes, I did.
Did he have any questions or concerns about those warnings?
No.
Did he make any statements about wanting to talk to you?
Joseph was eager to talk to us. Joseph said he was there to talk to us. He told James that essentially didn't need to beat around the bush.
Okay. And did you, we've heard obviously the whole interview, so did you have concerns initially in speaking with Mr. Ferlazzo about his ability to speak with you?
No.
Okay. Was there ever a time in the times that he was spoken to where it wasn't recorded?
No.
Did you ever feel like he wasn't responding to the questions appropriately?
No.
Did he ever say anything that gave you the impression he didn't want to engage with you?
No.
Did you ask Mr. Ferlazzo if he was willing to provide a buccal swab of his DNA?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree to that?
Yes, he did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 128. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
This is a Vermont State Police consent to search form. The form here, the biological is checked off with corresponding DNA and photos of Joseph Ferlazzo. That's my signature as a witness, and that's Joseph's signature on the sign line.
Move to admit States 128.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson? 128 is admitted without objection.
This is showing States 128. Is this the form that you went over with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that his signature down in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes.
Okay, and did he have any concerns about signing this form?
No.
After completing
I would assume is this one. This would be a signature or what? Oh my goodness.
the initial interview, did you bring Mr. Ferlazzo outside for a cigarette break?
Yes, I did.
And was that interaction recorded?
Yes, James was recording recording us.
Okay. And did you ask him any questions about Emily during that time?
No.
Okay. Have you listened to that recording in preparation for today's testimony?
I have.
Okay. The state has marked it as Exhibit 130. Judge, we would ask to admit it as evidence.
Objection.
Okay, 130 is admitted without objection.
Seth is going to grab one. I know you asked for one a while back. We're just trying to get some things squared away here. Everything's okay for now. We're just, things take time, So, but you can grab cigarettes, or if you want to sleep, you can like to sleep. All right, come on now.
This noise is bad. It's probably the voice recorder as well. This is, they said, in their pocket, right?
You falling asleep in there? Not really.
note that I'm going forward through this noise because we can't hear anything in any case, right? Okay, wait forward a little bit. I'm gonna link the original feed as I always do in the description box if you if you want to go listen to that. Oh man, that's a lot. Or yeah, as someone said, it sounds like we're all in a washing machine together here.
Provide a cigarette to Joe, Detective Sergeant Richardson, and Detective Sergeant Lawrence.
Parts of that are difficult to hear. Can you give just a quick summary of sort of what was discussed?
You see, we love that. Defluff and skip the summary. Just give us the bullet points. Thank you.
Yeah, so essentially, Joe and I were having a conversation about when my workday started, when I was scheduled to be finish my shift, apologized to me. Joe was wearing a sweatshirt that I also have. We talked about that, the weather, and that's really it.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would seek to admit 131, which is the transcript of that conversation. No objection.
It's 131 is admitted without objection.
So after this conversation, did he go back to the holding cell?
Yes.
And did you eventually approach him again for additional questions?
Yes.
The jury has heard that recording. It appears that you asked most of the questions during that interaction.
Yes.
What was the primary purpose of that later interview?
To try to discern where Emily's belongings were. I think there was a question about. Some shoes, glasses, cell phone. We were trying to figure out where that stuff was.
Okay. And he had stated to you that he believed they were in he'd thrown them out in a market basket, grocery bag?
Yes.
Is that right? And you said in the beginning, one of your first tasks was to go to the Langs to search that property, and you didn't locate Emily. Where was Emily ultimately located?
Inside the RV, her van.
Okay. And was that on the Langs property?
At one point it was, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
You have some questions, Ms. Johnson?
I do, Your Honor.
Why don't we take them up at one? We'll take our lunch break. Again, please don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't try and find out any information about the case from any outside source. We'll see you at 1 o'clock to resume.
Attorneys don't say anything, then we're going to teleport. He's gonna go for another Happy Meal now, and he's gonna change his nappy, and then he'll be back, okay, for the afternoon session. Thank you, Steel Guitar, for buying the mods. You bought 5 coffees. You said coffee for our wonderful mods. Thank you so much. Francis as well, 5 coffees. Someone called themselves Grizzlies True Crime. Okay, thank you for buying 3 coffees for the mods, and Sunny, Juliet, and Laura. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're gonna teleport. Are we ready? Buckle up, everyone. Here we go. This is why we start late. This is the best. It's my favorite time. This teleport is my favorite teleport of the day. Okay, are we ready? We go from here, and we're going forward now. Okay, you see that all that time there. You see all that just waiting, and now here they come back here. Ah, and we're back, just like that.
We are, Judge. I just wanted to give the court a heads up that after Detective Sergeant Richardson, we have one more trooper before Aimee Nolan, who is quite long testimony. And some of her testimony involves physical evidence being brought in. And so we wanted, if the court's okay with about a 5-minute break between Sam and Aimee, so that Ms. Johnson can look at all of the physical evidence and determine whether she's stipulating before we have to present it to the witness.
That would be great. And what, you take 10 minutes. And
Okay, thank you.
And Judge, one other thing, I got some comments during lunch that it was difficult to hear you in the gallery when you were reading the stipulations, and so hopefully that's not the same for the jury as well, but I just wanted to
Okay.
give that feedback.
Okay. We're back on the record in State versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr. Those last comments were in that case after a lunch break, about 1:08 p.m. now. Resuming testimony of Detective Sergeant Richardson as soon as the jury comes in.
Now we could see that ring tattoo. You see, he's not wearing a ring, it's a tattoo. And that begs the question, when did he get that? Was he married before? Where are the ex-girlfriends? If they want to email me, let us know how he was. Like, what's this guy like? Because he sounds like a giant red flag. grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Okay, a little bit forward now. Bring the jury in and then it's cross-examination of Detective Seth Richardson. Let's speed it up.
Please be seated. Jury is all present now after lunch. I'll ask the questions I always ask. Did anybody learn anything new about this case or anything about this case while at lunch? Seeing all shakes of the head no. With that, we'll resume the testimony of Detective Richardson, who is still under oath. And I think
Here
we're
we
on
go.
cross, Ms. Johnson.
We are, thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective Richardson.
Good afternoon.
I believe before lunch, when Ms. George was questioning you, she had asked you if you had recently reviewed or viewed the interview video.
Yes.
I'm going to say that's correct.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. So,
Ma'am, I reviewed the video that she was referencing, not the entire over. Okay.
that's fine. I understand. Thank you. Do you recall at the beginning of the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo saying, I haven't really eaten much and I've been up for days?
Yes, I do.
And then he followed that up by saying, my mind isn't right. Do you recall that?
I remember something to that effect, yes.
Okay. Did you or Detective Orris didn't inquire further as to what he meant by that, did you?
No.
You had no concerns at that point that he might not be able to provide an accurate account of what happened because he was saying at the outset, my mind isn't right. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was a long question, sorry. And at various points during the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo stated that he was really tired, correct?
I don't know how many times he stated it, but yeah, I know that he stated at least once that he was
We're going to
tired.
hear the same
Thank
questions
you.
again.
Do you recall about an hour into the interview, roughly, Mr. Ferlazzo said, I'm just really tired. I don't know what day it is now. I'm not able to have a clear thought. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, no, I don't.
Okay. Would it help if I showed you the transcript to refresh your recollection?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you, oh, I haven't marked it, sorry.
They have, it's defendants A.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A, and I'm going to give you the page and the lines where that particular section is located. All right. I'm going to show you, this is a transcript of the entire first segment of the interview, and this is page 32, and it's lines 11 through 13, and yeah, that's, take a look at that.
Waller said, as a Grizzly juror, I don't care if he was tired. When he was tired from his busy weekend, murdering, dismembering, mimosas, dinner,
Can you repeat your question?
bonfires. All of that. Driving a Ducati for 3 hours, a motorbike from Vermont to New Hampshire. Then driving back. Yeah, he was tired. Okay. My word.
I just asked if you recall saying that at that point in the interview.
Right. Can you reference what he said, what you're asking me?
Sure, sorry about that. So I asked you if you recall about an hour into the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo saying, I'm just really tired. I believe he also referenced something about falling into a hole, and I don't know what day it excuse me, it is now. I'm not able to have a clear thought.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, looks like there was no concern about resuming the interview, no concern that he wasn't able to provide accurate information. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall, Joseph, at one point, Mr. Ferlazzo was being asked to provide more details about what happened on Friday and early Saturday, and he said, all I can remember is like a jumble. It was basically like flashes, like if you go to a disco and look up and there's nothing.
Yes, I do.
Again, that type of jumble and flashes did not concern you as far as the way he was thinking?
Excuse me. It didn't, because before and after, he gave other accounts of the way he was feeling and felt at the time, which made sense to me.
Okay, thank you. About an hour and 10 minutes into the interview, do you recall Mr. Ferlazzo suddenly putting his head down and suddenly asking for water?
I don't.
Okay. At that point, you don't recall that you and Detective Morris, when he put his head down and asked for water, both of you did in fact say, okay, we'll get you some water, and then you left?
I don't remember that, no.
All right. And Detective Truex came in, so I'm guessing on the video at that point, he was hyperventilating and crying. So you did not witness that. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay.
Hyperventilating and crying. Okay, you mean the I need to pee. That one? Okay.
And then the questioning resumed roughly 15 minutes, roughly, after that. Correct? It resumed after you...
Yes, it resumed after, yes.
Thank you. You drafted a report detailing the actions that you took on the case between October 19, 2021 and October 21st, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And in the report, you stated that the interview of Mr. Ferlazzo on the 19th of October 2021 occurred in multiple segments over several hours in various locations within and outside the barracks, correct?
Yes. Yep.
The first segment, I'll just reference it the way you did, that was the initial interview with some breaks, understandably, but the initial interview, which took approximately 2.5 hours. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Let's see, and I think at that point, it looks like, so the interview ended at that point, that segment, at about 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
I can't confirm that. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, that sounds accurate.
At that point, I think you and Detective Morris left, and Mr. Ferlazzo laid down on the floor. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember him laying down.
Okay. And although we can't tell, it's assumed that he was probably sleeping, but he was laying down on the floor, whether he was sleeping or not, correct?
Yes, he was laying down on the floor.
Okay. And then at about 6 or 10 minutes of 6, after he'd been laying on the floor, he was moved to a holding cell, correct?
Yes.
And then the next interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo was approximately 8:10, And I think you and Detective Worse woke him up to see if he was okay, and then at that point took him outside the barracks for a cigarette, correct?
Yes.
And then it looks, we brought him back into the holding cell around 8:15 and he laid back down, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at about 9:18, you and Detective Worse woke him up again, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm confirming that we did wake him up. I can't verify the times, but yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm referring.
So he was tired and therefore confessed to things that matched the evidence exactly? Oh.
At times, if you would like, yeah, we can always look at it, but, and then you did have at that point, you wanted to ask him a few more things and asked him if he was willing to answer more questions, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. He was groggy at that point, correct?
No, I wouldn't say groggy.
Okay. As alert as he was previously, or?
Yeah, I would say so.
And you told him again that you had some additional questions. I believe you also gave him the option of going back to the interview room or remaining in the holding cell, correct?
James asked him,
Okay.
gave him the choice.
It's
yeah.
hard. It was hard to tell since that was audio. All right, thank you. And do you recall Joseph responding by stating, "I'm just trying to let my mind rest"?
Yes.
Okay. But at that point, you resumed the questioning, correct?
Yeah.
And I believe that lasted about another 20 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set.
That was fast.
Right hand, please. Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and other things and only the truth. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, my name's Samuel Truex, Truex.
The acoustics are not great in this room, so if you can keep your voice up so that the back jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you tell us how you are currently employed?
I am currently retired from the Vermont State Police.
Okay. And when did you retire?
November 30th of this year.
Okay. And how long had you been employed at the Vermont State Police?
Over 26 and a half years.
All right. So you were employed with them in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation related to Aimee Ferlazzo?
Yes, on Tuesday, October 19th, 2021.
And how did you become involved?
Detective Lieutenant John Paul Schmidt asked me to respond to the St. Albans barracks and said that there was a missing person complaint that was suspicious in nature.
Okay. And upon arrival at the barracks, were you given a specific task?
I was given a couple tasks. One was to sit in on the interview with Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And during that, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Ferlazzo yourself?
Yes, I did.
My brain is just like, wait. So this is Sam that was sitting in the interview when Mr. Ferlazzo wanted to take his shoes off. Huh?
And the jury has seen the video. So are you the individual that sort of comes in during the breaks and sits with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And the first time that you...
He's the one that Joseph Ferlazzo, when Sam said, "Can I get you anything?" He's like, "Maybe some company. Have a seat." Remember that? Uh-huh.
Went into the interview room. Was Mr. Ferlazzo eating?
Yes, he was.
And did you ask him if he needed anything?
I believe Aimee got him lunch, and then Seth was in the process of getting him some hot coffee at his request.
Okay. And at any point, did you ask him if he needed anything else?
He asked me, or he told me he had to go to the bathroom at one point, so I escorted him down the hall to the bathroom and back.
Okay. And at one point during the interview, did Mr. Ferlazzo ask you to stay in the room with him?
Yes, he asked me if I'd sit down and stay in there with him.
Okay. Were you planning on doing that anyway?
I wasn't, but I agreed to do that.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him during that time?
Yes.
And who initiated that conversation?
I think he initiated it.
Did he ask you questions about taking him somewhere?
He made a comment. He asked me if we're going to take him someplace so he can't do that again.
Okay. And how did you respond?
I don't recall exactly what my response was.
Okay. What are some of the other things that you talked about with Mr. Ferlazzo?
He just asked me generally about myself, the police. We talked about, I asked him questions about being a tattoo artist, what was his favorite part. He asked me what my favorite part of being a police officer was. He asked kind of about like the team of detectives and how things worked, where everybody was assigned. We talked about his dog Remington. I told him that Remington was at his friend Jason's house and that the dog was okay being there, but he probably would have to make arrangements for long term.
At any point, have you ever sat in on interviews like this before in your career?
Yes,
Have you interviewed people who have been charged with murder before?
I have.
And at any point during your interactions with Mr. Ferlazzo, did you have any concerns about his ability to be engaging in a conversation with the police?
No, our conversation went both ways. He was actually very cordial and nice to me, and he asked questions, I asked questions of him. It was just a give and take.
Okay. And at some point, were you able to find him a cigarette at his request?
Yeah, he asked for a cigarette. I asked one of the detectives who brought one in, and then we brought him outside for a cigarette break, I think on 2 different occasions.
Okay. And he made some comments about possible self-harm. Do you recall that?
Yeah, at one point he said he wished someone would take him out, and I had said to him that if you have any thoughts of hurting yourself, you need to let me know. He says, well, if I had a gun, I would do it, but I don't have a weapon, so I can't. All I have is this hot coffee.
And again, did him making those comments give you any concerns about his ability to continue to engage in a conversation?
No, I was just concerned for my safety, being in the room with him, and just for his own safety as well.
Okay. And when you would leave the room and come back in, did he recall who you were?
Yes.
Did he recall you by name?
Yes. When I left after, well, he was still eating, he just said, "Thank you, Sam,"
Okay.
when I stepped out of the room.
And when you come back in the room, did he recall your name?
Yes.
Did you ever feel like he wasn't responding to your questions appropriately?
No.
At any time that he asked for anything, did you get him what he asked for? Or did anytime he asked for food or drinks?
Yeah, if he needed
bathroom
food, if he wanted another hot coffee, to use the bathroom, another cigarette, we were very accommodating.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Chance.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, you've described kind of almost like a switch flipping back and forth between engaging in small talk with Mr. Ferlazzo and him expressing concerns about, or him becoming upset. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And both of those occurred during your interactions with him, right?
Yes.
You do recall him saying at least once that his brains were scrambled, don't you?
Yes.
And that he was not thinking clearly. You recall that as well.
Yeah, he said that he needed to talk to an expert that could help him because of his an expert in scrambled brains.
Scrambled brains.
Yes.
And you responded by saying, yes, we have people you can talk to.
Yes.
And he never did talk to any kind of mental health person after he was processed, did he?
I don't know if he did.
But that's what you told him would be available to him, correct?
Yes, and I said that we, as in like the state of Vermont corrections, have that access for that, yes.
You observed that he, at one point, started hyperventilating, correct? Breathing like this.
I know what that is. I was just trying to recall. I haven't seen the video. And
You didn't, I'm sorry?
I didn't review the video before coming here.
Okay.
I don't have access.
And you don't have a recollection of being in the room when that happened?
I feel like I remember him crying or starting to cry a couple times.
Sobbing?
Sobbing.
Sobbing.
Yes.
And you said to him, "Are you okay?" Right?
I did ask him if he was okay, and he told me he was not.
He was not, that's what he said, "I'm not okay."
Yes. And I told him that he's going to have to take it one day at a time, that it's going to take time.
So you were, correct me if I'm wrong, trying to calm him down. Is that a fair assessment of the kinds of things you were saying to him?
I was just trying to reassure him.
Reassure him about what?
Just the traumatic incident that he's involved in, just the kind of things are going to be okay, trying to just keep a steady.
He also said to you that more than once, what happens next? Because he seemed to be unfamiliar with the process. Do you remember that?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. And you were...
You guys are like, OMG, did she just demonstrate hyperventilating? Yes. Yes, indeed. And somebody said, wait, there we go. Sarcasm, is he claiming self-defense? He is indeed claiming self-defense.
Were aware that the interview was being live streamed to another room, correct?
Yes.
So he was under observation by other law enforcement the entire time, correct?
Yes, he was.
So even if you didn't observe his complete, I'm going to call it meltdown, he was being observed, correct?
And that was all recorded in that room as well.
In that room?
Yes.
One moment, please, Judge. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay. Wow,
You're all set.
flying through witnesses today.
All right. Next witness, there may be a number of exhibits, so we have to gather them and discuss them a little bit, but we'll be back with you probably 10 minutes. We'll need to go through them, so we'll excuse you to the jury room again and come back as soon as we can.
All rise.
Oh, we're about to teleport again. Get ready, everyone. Is that it? Anything else? Doesn't look like it. Just give it a few minutes there. Sure. And off they go for a 10-minute break.
And the state.
Here we go. We're back.
Before they do it now.
All right, I should be able to deal with this without my computer. How are we doing?
We're doing great, Judge. There's no objections to any of the physical evidence. And the state has a lot of photographs. I believe the only objection on any of those is maybe reassessing an objection about the body, the pictures of Mr. Ferlazzo.
Right.
But I'm sort of hopeful we can just do all of that now, and then we can
Sure.
just present all the evidence that's
Sure.
stipulated.
I mean,
Aside from those.
Ms. Jantz wants to bring that all up again in front of the jury one way or another. Let's get that done. Okay, so which exhibit numbers would you, is the 30s, the ones, or are there some before that that you want to address?
25 to 36.
Stefan says, to be fair, the defense has not a lot to work with. Yeah, they really don't have much to work with here.
Yeah.
to 36.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't do the objection because it's your witness.
Do we need this right now, or can we move that at this point? Oh, you're going to use that for all these exhibits?
Yeah.
It's just, I'm sorry I can't see you, Ms. Jones.
I can move it back.
Can you, just at least for now, while we're talking about this, and then we can move
Just
it
to
back?
clarify, Judge, do you want us to renew the grounds for the objection to exhibits 22 to 36?
Well, you can renew it for the reasons already stated, or if there's anything you wish to add to those reasons, you may bring that up now.
Renewing it for the reason. Go ahead.
Just renewing it, Judge.
All right.
Same objection.
Is there anything specific in my order? I did mention other things regarding specific tattoos that were reflected. Do you care if those come in? No? So the only exhibit I thought about, if I can get it back up. And I don't think, yeah, gotta find it. 32, maybe.
Let's go for what it meant.
Without it being quite so suggestive. And I wondered if we used that one.
Well, this is like hot mic. Yeah, all the hot mics. We do like that.
Are you asking me, Your Honor?
Well, no, I finally got the picture up.
Which number is it, Judge?
It's 31. It's not, again, it's another picture which shows the whole body. It shows a touch more than the far off picture, which I think might have been 30. Let me see. But there was Can I get the pictures for a second? I'm not getting them all on. Is it 30 that is the whole? No, it was 29. I thought that captured it okay, and I didn't. 31 seemed to be was a close-up of 29. I really don't think any of them, though, are
I'm going to go forward.
prejudicial in the sense of.
You can keep your voice up so that.
Okay, here we go. Also, I'm just going to verbally remind everyone that we are focused on this case right now, and we want to respect this victim and her family. So please don't post all your news here. If you think that my inbox isn't already full, like 200 emails in the last half an hour with all the other news. Oh, I see it. I see it. But we're looking at this right now. Okay. So let's continue.
Please be seated. We're back in the record in State versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr., 21 CR 8967. The parties have had an opportunity to meet and discuss various exhibits, and I think we're ready to proceed. Ms. George.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Aimee Nolan.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The acoustics in this room are not good.
Okay.
So if you can keep your voice up so the jurors in the back can hear you, that would be appreciated. Can you just start by telling us your name and spelling your last name? Actually, in your case, can you spell your first name as well?
Certainly. It's Aimee, spelled A-I-M-E-E. Last name Nolan, N-O-L-A-N.
Okay. And did you formally work for Vermont State Police?
I did.
Okay. And are you now retired?
I am.
When did you retire?
October of 2023.
Okay.
Can parties approach for 1 minute?
Okay, 1 minute approach. A little bit more than a minute approach. Here we go.
Okay, thank you. You were employed with the Vermont State Police in October of 2021?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your rank at the time?
Detective Sergeant?
Okay. And was that your rank at the time of retirement?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your assignment with the Vermont State Police at that time?
I was the assistant commander of the crime scene search team for the Vermont State Police.
Okay. And can you just tell us what that sort of generally means?
Sure. The crime scene search team is a team of 20 members and 2 commanders. We respond to homicides, officer-involved shootings, and other questionable death investigations. And the team specializes in processing the crime scene, collecting evidence.
Okay. Approximately how many crime scenes and death investigations have you participated in?
Well over 150.
And in mid-October, October 15th or 16th of 2021, were you made aware of an investigation related to Aimee Ferlazzo?
I was not notified until the morning of October 19th.
Okay. So prior to that, you were not involved in the case?
No.
Okay. And what information were you provided on October 19th?
I received a call from Major Crimes Unit Supervisor. One of the lieutenants advised that there was a new case, requesting my presence at the St. Albans Barracks for a briefing later that morning.
Okay. And did you, in fact, attend that briefing?
I did.
And what further information did you learn?
Excuse me, at that point I learned that the state police was notified the prior day of a missing person, Aimee Ferlazzo, that there were some suspicious circumstances surrounding that, that Mr. Ferlazzo, Emily's husband, had told a friend that he had killed her, and that the state police had seized a camper van as well as a Jeep that belonged to Mr. Ferlazzo.
Okay. And so what was your sort of plan or task for the day?
Initially, there was a lot of waiting around, learning new information as it was found. The search warrant was being worked on to be able to search the van and the Jeep. So I took it upon myself to sort of scour the internet, social media pages for both Emily and Joseph Ferlazzo, trying to find acquaintances that we might be able to interview, seeing if anyone had posted any comments or anything we could learn about Emily's potential whereabouts.
Okay. And at some point, did you take a break to go get food?
I had had lunch, but to be honest, I'd had enough coffee that morning, so I decided to go to the store, knowing it was going to be a late night. I wanted an energy drink and some snacks for the team once they got there. So I believe it was around 2 in the afternoon. I did leave the barracks and go to a local convenience store.
Okay. And what was that convenience store called?
Maple Fields.
Okay. And that was in St. Albans?
Yes.
All right. And who did you go there with?
One of the other team members that had arrived at the barracks, Brandon Glant.
Okay. And who drove?
I did.
What did you drive? What vehicle did you drive?
I drove my state-issued cruiser, if you will.
Okay. And can you describe that vehicle?
Sure. It's an F-150 truck with an extra cab and an extended bed on it, so it's a rather large vehicle.
Okay. How many seats are in the vehicle?
Technically, seating for 6. It was a bench seat in the front and a bench seat in the back. But my back seat was full of equipment. And then in the front seat, I usually kept the center console folded down for like a drink holder, things like that. So most comfortably 2, impossibly 3.
Okay. And is there a secure area of this vehicle like many police cruisers?
No.
Okay. So the entire inside of it is accessible?
Open, correct.
Okay. Does it have any sort of Vermont State Police insignia on it?
No, completely unmarked.
What were you wearing that day?
I was wearing my crime scene uniform, which is a pair of cargo style, I'd say tan pants, a green polo shirt with the state police emblem, and it said CSST on it, but that was covered with a plain black fleece, so I didn't have any obvious markings of the state police on my person that day.
You weren't wearing a state trooper uniform that we've all seen?
No, I was not.
Okay.
How far away is the Maples Fields from the St. Albans Barracks?
It's approximately a mile down the road.
Okay. So can you tell the jury what happened when you pulled into the Maple Fields?
Sure. Due to the size of the truck, it wasn't practical to park in sort of a normal parking spot, if you will. The back end of the vehicle would stick out several feet. So I often chose to park, not in a parking spot, along a parking lot edge or something like that. So as I pulled in to the entrance to the store, I had my eye on a spot where I wanted to park sort of parallel to the road. Well away from parking spots. I noticed a male was just sort of nonchalantly walking right where I wanted to park. So I was, I can't remember if I muttered it or if I just thought under my breath, like, oh my gosh, hurry up, that's where I want to park. So I sort of slowly, crawled behind the person until they diagonally cut across and went into the store.
Okay. And so once you entered the store, where did you immediately go?
Right to the back of the store where the coolers are located. That's where the energy drinks were.
Okay. And as
you would find me there too. I think the reason the state's asking these types of questions is because the defense might take the angle of saying that Joseph Ferlazzo was intimidated by her uniform, by her being there, all of that type of stuff, because that's where they found him. At this convenience store, looking defeated.
As you're walking towards the back of the store, did you notice anything?
I noticed that same male. I had sort of given him a nickname in my head of Hoodie because he was wearing his hood up. It was chilly that morning. And I noticed that same male that I had waited to move out of my way so I could park was also at the coolers. He had walked right to the back of the store as well.
Okay. And what was he doing?
He was getting a drink out of the cooler and sort of stepping back from the cooler at that time.
Did you recognize the male?
When he closed the door to the cooler and he turned around and we made eye contact, I was like, wait, I know this person. In that moment, I couldn't figure out where or why. My brain was still trying to catch up with me. But I knew I recognized him.
Okay. And did you ultimately determine how you recognized him?
Yeah, so he walked to the right and then turned to walk up to one of the aisles towards the front of the store, and he turned and looked at me again, and we locked eyes again, and at that point I recognized that it was Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And how did you recognize him? What have you seen?
So I had spent, like I said, a lot of that morning sort of scouring through social media. I had seen dozens of pictures of Mr. Ferlazzo as well as Emily. And then also our public information officer for the state police was at the barracks that morning. He was preparing a press release that he was getting ready to put out with photos, which included Mr. Ferlazzo. And he had asked me to proofread that for him just before I went to the store. So it was like another look at Mr. Ferlazzo's face right before I left.
Okay. And where did that mail go?
Up to the front of the store to the cash register area.
Okay. And so what was the next thing you did with that information?
I told Brandon that's Joseph Ferlazzo. He's heading out of the store. I'm going to follow him.
Okay. And are you aware that this interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo was recorded?
Yes.
Okay, and how was it recorded?
Through the Maple Field surveillance video system.
Okay, and have you reviewed those?
I have seen those videos, yes.
Judge, I have a stipulation for the court. States 120, stipulation number 5.
So I was told my voice was not quite loud enough last time, perhaps for some of you, so I'm going to read a little louder this time. Stipulation number 5, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video from the Maple Fields gas station in St. Albans, Vermont, from October 19, 2021. That surveillance video was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective Sergeant Aimee Nolan. The authenticity of the surveillance video is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that's Exhibit States 120, and no objection to that being admitted.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
So just for context, for those who haven't quite followed, Emily was allegedly murdered in the early morning hours of October 16th of 2021, which would be Saturday morning, sometime, after midnight, between midnight and 1 a.m.-ish. And so this is now from October 19th. And it would be after Joseph Ferlazzo's friend had driven him back to his van. There were police cars around the van. Then Spencer said that, well, they're there for you. And he confessed to his friend Spencer that Emily's in the van. It's like a minibus, right? She's in the van. She's no longer alive. And so the friend kicked him out and called 911. And Joseph Ferlazzo went off into the woods, and he was found on October 19th. That was the night of October 18th, tipping over to early morning hours again. So October 19th, they actually found this Joseph Ferlazzo at one of these Maple Fields convenience stores. That's what they're going to be showing us.
This video.
No objection.
States 23 is admitted without objection. I don't think that was heard. Go back here. States 23 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that.
So here's Detective Sergeant Aimee Nolan. She said he comes back to the cooler, so let's see. Oh, that's when they follow him out, I will assume.
At some point in the video, you appear to look at your phone. Can you just tell the jury what you're doing?
Yes, I feel like my body language is pretty clear at the moment that I recognize him, and I turn back around, I take my phone out, I say something to the trooper I was with, and I take my phone out because I'm looking for that press release to show the picture to Brandon and to sort of confirm my suspicions that it was Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And is there another angle of this same sort of interaction within Maple Fields?
There is.
Judge, the state would move to admit States 24, second Maple Fields video.
No objection.
States 24 is admitted without objection.
So after seeing who you believe to be Mr. Ferlazzo in the maple fields, did you in fact follow him outside?
I did.
Okay. And did you approach him outside?
I followed behind him. He was walking along the front of the store.
Okay. And what did you do? What was your interaction?
I said, Joseph,
Okay.
and the male kept walking, no acknowledgement. So then I said something to the effect of, hey, state police, can you stop for a second? I just need to talk to you.
Okay. And did the male stop?
He did.
Okay. And what did you do? Once the individual stopped, did they stop and actually turn around to face you and interact with you?
He did turn around and then took a very long, almost exaggerated drink of his energy drink, just looking at me, sort of the proverbial deer in the headlight look. It seemed to me, based on my training and experience, it was almost as if he were trying to figure out, fight, flight, freeze, what do I do?
Okay. And what did you say to him?
I said, Joseph, it's you, right? Are you okay?
Okay. And what did he do in reply?
He took his drink down and his body language sort of deflated. And he said, no, I'm not okay.
Okay. And what do you mean? Can you describe what you mean by his body language deflated?
Sure. As he was looking at me taking that drink, he seemed, quite tense. Again, sort of deer in the headlights. Do I run? Do I freeze? Do I fight? And he just sort of relaxed, if you will. Like I visibly saw his shoulders drop and his head kind of dropped a little bit, and he just said, no, I'm not okay.
Okay. How far away from you was he when you first said state police?
Probably 10 feet, approximately.
Did he ask for a coffee, a donut? Didn't need a pee? I'm not okay. Oh my word.
All right. And what did you, after he said, no, I'm not okay, how did you respond to that?
I said, well, there's a lot of people looking for you and looking for Emily, and we're just trying to figure out where Emily is and what's going on. Her family's very worried about her.
Okay. And what was his response?
Let's go.
He said, let's go. Okay. And so what did you do?
I said, go where? And he said, wherever you're taking me. And I said, I'm not taking you anywhere. You're not under arrest. But if you want to come with me, I'll give you a ride to the barracks, and we can get a detective to talk to you.
Okay. And did he agree to that?
He did.
Okay. And did you bring him in your vehicle?
We started to walk back across the parking lot towards my truck, yes, and stopped about halfway across the parking lot.
Okay. And why did you stop halfway across?
There was a moment where I thought Mr. Ferlazzo might pass out. He seemed a little unsteady on his feet. I said, you're okay. I asked his permission. I said, if it's okay, I want to just put my hand on your shoulder. And I did. And I said, I got you. I said, you're okay. I'll get you to the barracks and you can talk to somebody.
Okay.
I mean, how will the defense pick that apart? That was great. Like Golden Spider said, her being non-aggressive was perfect, right?
Did he make any statements or respond to that in any particular way? Okay. And so did you bring him back to the barracks?
I did. The other thing that we did sort of in that halfway point was I asked him and explained before I could give him a ride. It was our sort of protocol that we had to pat somebody down for weapons before I could allow him in my cruiser with me, and also because I don't have a typical cruiser with what they call the cage in the back to separate the officer from a person that they've picked up for some reason. So he said that was fine. He indicated he had no weapon, so I patted him down real quick, and then I got into the driver's seat, and Brandon walked him across to the passenger seat.
Okay. Did Brandon also get in the car?
He did not.
Okay. Was that because there wasn't any room?
Yeah, I told him I would come back and pick him up.
Okay.
I didn't think we needed to sit 3 across the front seat.
Okay. So it was just you and Mr. Ferlazzo in the ride back to the barracks?
Correct.
And did you speak to him during that time about Emily?
Not about Emily. I asked him, like I said, it was cold that day. I asked him, are you cold? He said he was. I turned the heat up. I said, have you been out all night? Based on the interactions that I knew had occurred the night before, he said he had. I asked him if he, was thirsty, if he was hungry. He said he was. And so, again, I told him, I turned the heat up and I told him I would get him something to eat once we got back to the barracks.
Okay. How long were you in the truck with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Less than 5 minutes, probably.
Right. Did you see anything on the way to the barracks that sparked a conversation?
Yes, there was. So at one point in the video, as I start to walk towards the front of the store, I turned to Brandon and I told him to call dispatch to let them know what was happening. So that message had gotten relayed, and there was a trooper coming to the store, lights and sirens.
Okay. And did Mr. Ferlazzo say anything related to that?
He didn't. I sort of chuckled and said, I think they're looking for us. I said, but we're good, right? And we continued on, and I placed a call to my lieutenant at that time.
And could Mr. Ferlazzo hear that conversation with your lieutenant?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make any other calls during that time?
I also, actually, let me back up. Before calling my lieutenant, I got on the radio to dispatch, and I clarified, I am in the truck with Mr. Ferlazzo. All units can stand down. I'm headed to the barracks.
Do you have a recollection of what time you arrived at the barracks?
I would say it was probably, if this interaction was around 2, as I remember, I would say probably 2:15.
Okay.
Approximately.
And when you arrived at the barracks, where did you park?
I drove around to the back side of the barracks, into the gated parking area of the barracks.
Okay. And did Joseph get out of the car?
I can't remember. I think I walked around to his side of the truck and opened the door for him, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And did you ultimately get him into the police barracks?
Yes, the station commander of the barracks was outside waiting for us, and together we walked inside the building, yes.
Okay. And did he still have the drink that he bought at Maple Fields?
At that point, I believe he did, yes.
But did you had said earlier you told him you would get him some food and drinks. Did you do that?
Eventually, yes. After a short period of waiting for an interview and a detective to be ready for Mr. Ferlazzo, as this was obviously not planned, I returned back to the store and got a sandwich and some chips.
Okay. At any point in your interactions with Mr. Ferlazzo, did you ask him any questions about Emily?
I did not.
Okay. And is the person that you identified in Maple Fields as Mr. Ferlazzo and brought back to the barracks, is he in the courtroom today?
He is.
Can you just describe to the jury what he's wearing?
Certainly. He's sitting at the defendant's table wearing tan pants, a light gray shirt, and a black tie.
Okay. The state would request that the record reflect that's Mr. Ferlazzo.
They're directed.
Is it your understanding that he was then interviewed by Detective Sergeant Boris?
Yes.
Okay. And were you told at some point after what he indicated had happened to Emily?
In stages, yes.
Okay. And so did you become involved in this case in a sort of different capacity at some point?
Certainly. What I was there for initially, and that was in the role of crime scene search team.
Okay. What was the first thing you did related to that role?
Based on Mr. Ferlazzo's statement, where there had been an altercation, my first assignment, if you will, was to photograph Mr. Ferlazzo to see if we could detect any marks, bruises, scratches, anything like that.
Okay. And the jury has seen the interview room and this process happening.
Okay.
When you first went into the interview room to do this, did Mr. Ferlazzo indicate remembering you or give any indication that he remembered you?
Yes.
And did he remember you by name?
I don't recall if he remembered me by name.
Okay. And so did you in fact take photographs of his condition?
I did. I also collected what we call buccal swabs to get a DNA sample from Mr. Ferlazzo.
Okay. And Your Honor, the state would seek to admit states 25 through 36.
Okay.
Just renew my early objections.
Objections as earlier noted, but they'll be admitted over objection. 25 through 36.
We're just going to go through the photographs, if you can just explain briefly what each one is.
Certainly. So this is what we would call an overview photograph of Mr. Ferlazzo. And because you can't really capture someone unless you're standing really far away, we take them in segments, so upper body, mid, and then lower body. Mr. Ferlazzo's hands, front and back. This is Mr. Ferlazzo's upper body. It was explained to him that we would like to take photographs without his clothes on, but not completely naked, again looking for marks or bruises. Was also offered to him, if I recall, being a female, if he wasn't comfortable. I did have another trooper with me that could take those photographs. So this is the upper, I would say, torso of Mr. Ferlazzo. And face and upper chest, mid chest and abdomen, upper legs, the backside of his legs, and front of his lower legs. This is a side, sort of more close-up photograph of his left side of his head and face. Full body back, upper back, I should say.
And did you note any injuries or observe any injuries or marks on his body?
There was one mark, and I remember asking him if, that was an injury or perhaps a birthmark. It was really hard to tell. I believe it was on the left side of the back of his head, sort of right in his hairline. So it was hard to detect. Other than that, I did not see any marks on his body.
Or bruises?
No.
Okay. And you did already state that you collected the DNA swabs?
Yes.
Do you recall, were those swabs from the cheek titled Item 1A?
Yes.
Or 1? And were they brought to the lab for testing?
They were.
Okay. Did you also supervise the collection of evidence from the van in question?
I did.
And have you reviewed all of the photographs taken of the van?
I have.
Right. Judge, the state first has a stipulation.
I wonder what we're going to see. First, the stipulation.
Number 6, states 121.
Yep. No objection, Ms. Johnson?
I'm here now. No objection. Thank you.
Stipulation number 6, members of the jury, the state and defendant, Joseph Ferlazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. Members of the crime scene search team, in parentheses, CSST, end of parentheses, collected, tagged, photographed, and processed pieces of evidence during the search of the camper van pursuant to a valid search warrant. CSST supervisors Aimee Nolan and Aaron McNeil oversaw the collection, tagging, photographing, and processing of all evidence collected from the camper van. These items were ultimately stored at the Vermont State Police Barracks in Williston. These items were the same condition upon arrival at the barracks as they were when collected from the camper van during the searches on October 19th, 2021 and October 20th, 2021. Chain of custody is not being challenged as it relates to these items. As with any evidence, In this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that's State's Exhibit 121, admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. And the state would first move to admit states 37, 38, and 39.
No objection.
Exhibits 37 through 39 are admitted without objection.
Detective Sergeant Nolan, can you tell the jury what this photo is?
Certainly, this is a view of the right side, or if you're looking at the van from the front, the left side of the van that Mr. Ferlazzo and Emily were traveling in.
Okay. So these double doors on the right side here is the entrance?
Correct.
And this one?
This is the driver's side of the vehicle.
And
the rear.
Okay. Judge, the state would next move for states 40 through 75.
Okay, do you want to first give us 37 through 39 of you?
Yes.
I'll take them first.
Yes, it's a bus. It's more a mini bus, as they said. It was a converted bus, which, you know, they've referred to in the media as a minivan, a camper van, but yeah, it's a bus. And Joseph and Emily nicknamed it Roaming Rosie.
Any objection to 40 through 78?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibits 40 through 78 are admitted without objection.
So we're gonna, the next group of photographs is from the inside of the van at the time of the search. What was the authority to search the van at the time?
We had a search warrant.
Okay. So I'm gonna show you first states 40. Can you tell the jury what this is showing?
Sure. This is a photo of the entrance and the steps up into the van. What you're seeing is, I believe, like a bug net or mosquito net over the door once the double door was opened. It's hard to see up there, but you're looking to where the driver's seat would be, and there was a curtain up over the driver's door for privacy over the driver's window.
You described for the jury what this photo is of?
This is the bathroom of the van with several black household garbage bags on the floor of the shower.
States 42.
Another view of the bathroom from a little further away.
That's where they found Emily's remains. Dismembered in garbage bags like that in the bathroom. So there. Wow.
Another photo of the bags in the bathroom. Here the bags are numbered with placards that we use to identify our evidence items. So you're seeing 1 through 7. Here you're seeing items 1 through 8 laid out on butcher paper. Bags were taken out one at a time and placed onto butcher paper as we remove them and numbered them.
Okay. They said it was 8 bags. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, there's 8 bags. Sure. This is so shocking, oh my word.
And is this how you refer to the bags moving forward, is by these numbers?
Correct.
Okay. States 46?
This is a 12-gauge shotgun that was located at the foot of the bed in the camper.
States 47?
This is looking at the head of the bed.
And so are these pillows?
Yes, these are bed pillows, a the sheets, a blanket, a comforter perhaps, and then there was also a black duffel bag on the bed.
Okay.
This is a Glock firearm that was found underneath the pillows of the, I would say, front side of the bed. Again, standing at the foot of the bed, looking at it would be the left side of the bed.
Okay.
A more close-up image showing the Glock firearm.
Okay. And it's the 11 next door, next to it mean that it was labeled item 11?
Correct, evidence item number 11.
Okay. And was there a magazine in this firearm?
There was.
And I guess first, can you describe to the jury what a magazine is?
Sure, a magazine is what holds the rounds of ammunition in a semi-automatic pistol like this. So the magazine sits up into the grip of the firearm, and that's, again, where the cartridges are held.
Okay. Do you know what the magazine capacity was?
It was a 15-round magazine, so it would hold 15 cartridges, excuse me.
Okay. And were you able to tell how many rounds were in the magazine?
There were 9 in the magazine.
Right. And was there a round in the chamber?
There was.
Okay. And so was the round, the 15-round magazine with that was in the bullets, was in the firearm, was that labeled as 11A?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as 79 and 79, state 79 and 79A.
Too graphic.
Are you familiar with what each of these is?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just describe to the jury what each one is?
Yes. State 79, which is marked in our evidence system as number 48, is the Glock firearm shown in the pictures that was found under the pillows of the bed. And State 79A, which is marked item number 53 in our evidence system, is the magazine and the cartridges that were included in the magazine and the one in the chamber.
Okay. Are you able to open
I can,
79?
certainly.
Okay. Yeah, if you can just show it to them. And were both of these items, the firearm and the magazine, the bullets, were those brought to the Vermont Forensic Lab for testing?
They were.
Looking at the bullets that were in the magazine, are you able to tell whether there's a head stamp on them?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that means and what they say?
Certainly. So the head stamp on the ammunition tells us the manufacturer and the gauge. So these are SIG 9mm Luger. So Luger is a style of bullet or a type of ammunition, and the 9mm is the caliber of the ammunition, and the manufacturer is SIG.
How many firearms total were located in the camper?
There were 6 total.
Okay. How many pistols or handguns?
2 handguns.
Okay. And this being one of them?
Correct.
What was the second one?
Second one was a 9mm Taurus pistol.
Show you what's been marked as states 50. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that is a 9mm Taurus pistol that was found in a kitchen drawer.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. The state would move to admit 79 and 79A.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, sorry, I just went off camera for a while because I'm just quickly checking if there's anything super graphic that they're going to show. It doesn't look like it. If there is, I will take it off the screen, okay? Thank you so much all for being here. Now they're showing the inside of this bus where the murder occurred. So, trigger warning is up there. If you do need to step away, just know that we will save your seat for you. And you can come back anytime when you're ready. Okay, so.
They're admitted without
Yeah.
objection.
Where should I put them, Your Honor?
Looking at States 50A, can you tell us what this is?
Yes, so these are the two kitchen drawers opened, and the drawer on the right, you can see in the lower, in the front lower corner of the photo, there is the Taurus pistol in the leather holster.
Okay.
Another view of that, sort of more close-up.
So this is where that second handgun was located when you searched the van?
Correct.
And that holster was on it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what this is?
Sure. This is I would say, a storage cubby unit that had been built into the van above the head of the bed.
Okay. And did you search these baskets?
We did.
And can you tell the jury what is in this picture?
Certainly. In one of the baskets contained miscellaneous ammunition and also a silencer or suppressor.
And was the silencer suppressor labeled as item 22?
I would need to refer to my report or an evidence list to be sure, but to the best of my recollection, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 52A. And would move to admit 52A, Judge, based on no objections.
Okay. Any objection?
Objection.
52A is admitted without objection.
Can you tell the jury what this is?
Okay, so it was marked 22. This is the silencer or suppressor seen in the photograph that was in that basket with the ammunition.
Okay. And did you know, was the silencer sent to the lab for testing?
It was.
Okay. And did you notice anything of interest related to the silencer?
The items as they were collected were brought onto the command post where we have better lighting and a controlled environment to take better photographs. During the time when this was being examined and photographed and documented on the truck, there were red fibers, or at least a red fiber, in the end of the silencer that were appreciated by members.
Okay. And were you able to collect that?
No, during the process of trying to collect it, we believe that it fell down into the barrel of the silencer.
Okay. So did you take a swab from the silencer?
We did take a swab of the silencer.
Okay. And was that labeled 22A?
Yes.
And did that go to the Vermont Forensic Lab for testing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 53. I'll take it.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you tell the jury what's in this photo?
This is just in front of, so the bed made up the entire back of the camper, the rear of the camper. So just in front of that, looking down the camper on the left-hand side was like a couch area, if you will, two small chair type things. There was a space in between, so it's more of a chair than a couch, I guess, okay. A seating area.
In States 54?
This is a photo from the kitchen area, again, looking to the back of the van, showing the bed.
Okay. States 55?
This is, as each layer of bedding was removed from the bed, further photographs were taken. So this is down to the mattress with like a mattress topper on it.
Okay.
Yep, remember he flipped the mattress.
This is the mattress outside what you see in the previous photo, the underside of what you could see in the previous photo.
Okay.
This is the bed, the shelf that the mattress laid on after the mattress was removed.
Just make sure to note the number you're talking about when you talk about this.
Thank you. So I'm looking at States 57.
States 57 shows the base where the mattress laid on top of.
Okay. And there's a close-up in the next photo, but was there something of interest that...
There is a red-brown stain on the 4th panel of wood up.
States 58.
Yeah, so this is a red-brown stain on the panel where the mattress had been laying on the bed.
Okay. What was the significance of taking the photos of the mattress and then of the wood underneath?
So when we brought the mattress outside of the van and took photographs of both sides, it was pretty clear that a bleeding event happened on what ended up being the underside of the mattress, the way we found it, right? On the left-hand side, so the side closest to the inside of the camper. There was a significant blood stain there. While that stain was still wet, the mattress was then flipped, so the stain is more on the right side or the back side, towards the back of the camper.
Okay. And did you collect any swabs from the mattress?
We took a large cutting from the blood stain.
Okay, and did that get labeled as 17A, item 17A?
Yes.
And did that get sent to the lab for testing?
It did.
Okay. I'm looking at States 59. Can you tell us what this is a picture of?
So this is the floor area, and you see the driver's seat of the van and the contents behind the seat. There is a faded red toolbox of sorts that had a red-brown stain on it, as well as, very hard to see in this photograph, but you can see the handle of a saw that was also collected. There's the saw.
State 60, is that the saw that was in the previous photo?
Yes.
And State 61?
State 61 is a close-up view of the end of the saw with a red-brown stain on the end.
Okay. And was DNA swab collected from the blade, the reddish-brown stain on the?
It was.
And was that identified as 32A?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And was that also sent to the lab?
It was.
Tell us what this is a photograph of.
This is a photo of a garbage can on top of a, I'm not sure if it was a shelf or a refrigerator.
That's State 62. And State 63?
Inside the garbage can is this bottle, which when it was removed is a bottle of bleach.
State 64.
The bleach bottle.
And State 65?
This is the floor of the shower after the 8 bags were removed from the shower. There are red-brown stains on the floor of the shower.
Okay. And was a swab collected from the tub drain?
It was.
Was that labeled as item 36?
No, I believe those are 33.
The swab was also 33?
I believe so. If I could, I'd need to refer to my report to be sure. I believe 36 was a different swab of red-brown stains.
Okay. I'm going to, just to be sure.
Yes, thank you.
You wrote several reports in this case. Would this be the van and processing report?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 107.
Thank you.
Just refresh your recollection.
Thank you so much. So 33, as depicted by the placard, 33 was 2 swabs of the shower floor that are seen there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm going to just go back to the bleach bottle for 1 minute. When this picture was taken of the Hannaford bleach bottle, was there a known significance at the time?
We believe that the van had been cleaned.
Okay. All right. State 66, can you tell us what this is?
This is a not very clear photograph of the contents in what would be the passenger side floor area. There's various items there, but the item of significance to us was the Swiffer wet jet mop.
Okay. And State 67?
Yes, this is a photo once the mop was removed out of that area.
States 68.
60 shows the bottom side of the Swiffer pad that is dirty with some red-brown stains as well.
And State 69.
This would be the side that sticks to the Velcro, so the upper side, but you can see that the red-brown stains have soaked through to the other side of the cloth.
And State 70.
State 70 is a bag that was also located in that area, shown a few photographs ago, where the mop was. This is a garbage bag that contained a pair of gloves.
Okay. So this bag was not located in the shower, is that?
Correct. This was not in the shower.
In State 71.
Those are the gloves that were inside of that bag.
State 72.
This is the center console area of the van, and we're just sort of taking that photograph to show the area, and the next photograph gives you what we're actually taking a photo of.
State 73.
This ring was recognized by me as being Emily's engagement/wedding ring.
Okay. And how did you recognize that?
From my time earlier in the day going through social media posts, there's a photograph of Emily and Joseph on what appears to be their wedding day, and the ring is depicted in that photograph.
So State 74, is that just a closer?
That's a closer view of the ring, yes.
In State 75?
This is another photograph because on closer examination of the ring, there were red-brown stains on the ring.
Okay. And so State 76, is this the photograph that you located on Facebook?
That's one of the photographs where I recognize the ring, yes.
Okay. And so this is a photograph of Mr. Ferlazzo and Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes.
And she appears to be wearing that ring. Is that the importance?
Yes.
Did you also go to the Bear Run condo in question?
I did. It was a few days later, but yes.
Okay. Oh, I think I already admitted that, so I'm going to go. All right. State 77, can you tell us what this is?
So this is a photograph of the parking area. It is depicting the front of my truck, my cruiser at the time, as the parking lot was rather narrow, but a parking area that goes for the condos.
Okay. And State 78?
Another view of the condo.
And what was the significance of these photographs?
This was the condo that Mr. Ferlazzo's sister had rented for the weekend when Joseph and Emily came to visit them.
And were you also present for the autopsy of Emily Ferlazzo?
I was.
Okay. And where did that occur?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Burlington.
And do you recall when that occurred?
That occurred on the 20th of October, 2021.
Your Honor, if I may approach with States 122, which is the stipulation number 7.
So, what is it?
Any objection to stipulation number 7?
No, thank you.
And 122 would be the state exhibit number. Members of the jury, the state and defendant, Joseph Ferlazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. 8 black garbage bags were collected on October 9, 2021 by Vermont State Police Detective Sergeant Aimee Nolan during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. The 8 black garbage bags were transported to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner by Vermont State Police Detective Ben Katz. These bags were x-rayed by Dr. Shapiro at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner on October 20, 2021. Bags number 1 and number 2 did not contain human remains and were examined by Detective Sergeant Aimee Nolan of the Vermont State Police. Bags number 1 and number 2 were in the same condition at the time of their inspection as they were when collected from the camper on October 19, 2021. Bag number 1 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Ben 1/CSST OCME, Office of Chief Medical Examiner 1. Bag number 2 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 2/CSST OCME 2. Bags number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8 contained human remains, and the contents were examined by Dr. Stephen Shapiro. Bags number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8 were in the same condition at the time of their inspection as they were when collected from the camper during the search on October 19, 2021. Bag number 3 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 3/CSST OCME 3. Bag number 4 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 4/CSST OCME 4. Bag number 5 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 5/CSST OCME 5. Bag number 6 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 6/CSST OCME 6. Bags number 7 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 7/CSST OCME 7. Bag number 8 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 8/CSST OCME 8. Chain of custody of these items is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And 122 is the exhibit number.
Kathleen says, I'm guessing, but I think the motive was an ego injury. Yeah, I think so too. Right?
Thank you, Judge. And the state would move to admit photographs 81 through 91.
Any objection? 81 through 91 are admitted without objection.
Okay, so you said that the autopsy of Ms. Ferlazzo occurred on October 20th of 2021?
That's correct.
What was the first thing that you did in the autopsy?
All of the bags were placed into a transport bag, and the first thing that was done was that bag was documented and then opened, and then each bag was x-rayed.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone. I sped up the judge, and then I forgot to slow down again. My bad. Okay, hold on. We're going back to that. That will be good. Here we go.
What did you discover in the first bag?
In the first bag was a red throw pillow.
And for the record, I'm showing you what's been marked as States 81.
Yes, the pillow, as you can clearly see, appeared to have 2 bullet defects in it.
And was this throw pillow identified as item 1A?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 80 instead of the admission of States 80.
That's 80?
Yes.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson?
No objection.
80 is admitted without objection.
Can you just describe for the jury what this is and the significance?
Maybe they'll describe it all now. I'm just going to remind us that Emily was only 22 years old. She'd been married to this guy for 1 year. This was their 1-year wedding anniversary, and they took a trip to Vermont to celebrate it. And he was 41 years old. And he reduced her to garbage bags. Can you imagine? Now, the state said, and now we can see this evidence, that he put a red throw pillow over her head and shot her twice. And later, he'd actually gone out for breakfast and all that. He came back later, and because I don't know how much later, but they said he stabbed her deceased body 18 times. Once in the chest that hit the heart, 8 times in her abdomen, and 9 times in the back, which would mean he would have to roll her over and continue. This 22-year-old girl, like what? This is very hectic. Oh my goodness. So now we're going to see this red throw pillow that we were talking about earlier. If you didn't see the beginning of the stream, please check it out afterwards because we did a full recap of the timeline and everything. I did a presentation for you, so I hope you'll check that out.
So this is the red throw pillow seen in the picture, along with the original packaging that it came in.
Was a sample of this throw pillow sent to the lab?
Yes, I believe there was a sample of it. Yes.
And when you saw this pillow in the first bag, did it look familiar to you?
It did.
And why is that?
There was another identical pillow on the couch sitting area of the van.
So I'm showing you what States 82. Is that the other matching
Yes,
pillow?
some very similar, if not identical, pillow.
what did you discover in the second garbage bag?
There was a bed pillow, which had a gray pillowcase on it. In between the pillowcase and the pillow was a projectile. And there was also a gray sheet, a fleece sheet in the bag.
Showing you what's marked as States 83.
So this is the gray pillowcase with the projectile on the pillowcase.
Okay. And was this projectile labeled as item 2?
Sorry, YouTube's being naughty. It's only going to normal or 1.5, and that's not what we want. We want it at 1.05. Why doesn't it do it? Hello. There we go.
Okay.
I would need to refer to my autopsy report if possible.
Would it also likely be on the evidence?
It would, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 108 for your recollection.
Thank you.
Your autopsy report. But I'm also going to just show you what's been marked as 83A.
Okay. Yes, 2A.
So that is the projectile that was located between the pillow and the pillowcase?
Correct.
You've moved to admit States 83A.
Ms. Johnson, any objection to 83A?
No.
83A is admitted without objection.
And in States 84, can you tell the jury what this is?
This is a projectile that was located within the actual pillow, not the red pillow, the other pillow that was in the bag.
Like a bed pillow?
A bed pillow, yes.
And was that projectile labeled as item 2B? Or 2B, I should say.
2B.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 84A.
Ms. George, you need a pillow.
Yes, 2B.
Move to admit States 84A. Is it admitted, Judge?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, 84A.
Any objection?
No objection.
84A is admitted without objection.
Show you what's been marked as States 85. And tell the jury what this is.
This is a cartridge casing, meaning a fired round of ammunition.
Show you what's been marked as 85A. And was this noted as item 2C?
C, yes. So it was also located in garbage bag number 2.
Okay. Move to admit States 85A.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson?
No objection.
85A is admitted without objection.
And can you tell us what States 86 is a picture of?
This is the gray pillowcase that was on the bed pillow, located in bag number 2. This is the pillow that pillowcase was on.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 87A. Jury, what that is?
This is the pillow depicted in that photograph that was in the gray pillowcase.
And anything of significance you can still see?
There is a clear bullet defect in the pillow.
Judge, the state would move to admit States 87A.
Any objection? 87A admitted.
And on the back side of that pillow, and also depicted in States 88, what is that?
Based on the x-ray, there was, the projectile we believed was in the filling of the pillow, so that's where I cut into the pillow to find the projectile.
Okay, thank you. And States 89?
This is the fitted bed sheet that was also in bag number 2.
States 90?
These are 2 unfired rounds of ammunition, also located in bag number 2.
And states 91.
This is a projectile that was removed from bag 4.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 91A, and also item 4A.
Can you imagine this 41-year-old, now 44-year-old man, okay? He's married to this 22-year-old girl, and then he confesses to shooting her twice. He never talks about the stabbing, but she was stabbed 18 times. He dismembers her. Her remains are found in 8 garbage bags, and then he's like, self-defense. I mean, who is going to believe that? Literally who? It's crazy. I can't believe that he's putting everyone through this. Her family has to see this. Well, they don't have to, but usually they would be there, you know? This must be devastating. My goodness. Thank you so much all for being here. It seems like there's not too much left of the court day today.
Yes.
Can you just tell us again what that is?
Yeah, it's a projectile.
And that was discovered in bag number 4?
Yes.
The state would move to admit 91A.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
And was that item, that last item, sent to the lab for testing?
It was.
What else was located in bag number 4, if anything?
Sorry. Emily's head.
Okay. And looking at that, were you...
Oh my word. Shame, man. She got all emotional. Obviously, reliving all that.
able to determine Emily's identity?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that?
I recognized Emily from photos.
Okay. I'm going to enter stipulation number 8, Judge, states 123.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson? Stipulation number 8. Members of the jury, the state and the defendant, Joseph Ferlazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. 8 black garbage bags were collected on October 19, 2021 by Vermont State Police Detective Sergeant Aimee Nolan during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. 8 black garbage bags were transported to the office of the Chief Medical Examiner by the Vermont State Police Detective Ben Katz. These bags were x-rayed and further analyzed by Dr. Shapiro at the office of the Chief Medical Examiner on October 20th, 2021. Bags number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8 contain human remains. Those remains were identified as Emily Ferlazzo, date of birth, July 25th, 1999. Emily Ferlazzo's identity is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. States Exhibit 123, admitted.
What did you discover in the 5th bag?
I'd like to refer to my report if I could.
Yes. And that's, remind me what number that is.
That is states 108.
Let's hope the jury deliberates as quickly as he confessed. 42 seconds is what the state said. I was like maybe a minute and a half, right, when we timed it. Yeah. Out you go, in you come back. They're out, they're back. Yeah, okay. Right?
Okay. Bag number 5 contained a right arm and a left foot.
And what did you discover in the 6th garbage bag?
Bag number 6 contained the rest of the right leg.
And the 7th garbage bag?
Number 7 contained Emily's torso.
And the 8th garbage bag?
Left arm and right foot.
And did you also collect swabs from the remains found in these bags?
From the remains, no. A DNA card was collected to have a sample of Emily's DNA, but the handles of the bags had been swabbed on scene on the 19th.
Okay, I was referring to the DNA card. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Sure. During autopsy, because it's always standard protocol to have a DNA sample of a victim or a decedent on file, so a blood sample is taken, a drop of blood is placed onto a card, and that's called a DNA card.
Okay. And was that DNA card labeled as item 15? Are you able to, is it in your
Sorry, yes. Yes.
Okay. And was that sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
When you were examining the remains, did anything about a particular area of the body surprise you given what you knew about the investigation?
Yes.
What caught your attention or what surprised you?
Dr. Shapiro actually drew my attention when he was examining Emily's torso.
Okay. And so did you look for yourself to see what had caught his attention?
I did.
And what about the body did you observe?
Several stab wounds in Emily's torso.
Okay. And what were the sort of approximate location of these stab wounds?
Mostly upper chest. One particularly which would have probably entered her heart.
And any on the backside of her torso?
I believe there were a few on the back as well.
And so did learning of this additional information during the autopsy lead you to search for anything additional in the van?
Yes, so because I was at the autopsy, my partner, Aaron McNeil, had shown up in the later evening on the 19th. So on the 20th, because I was going to the autopsy, he was sort of overseeing we thought we were wrapping up processing, but learning this information during autopsy, the focus then became collecting all knives found in the van, excuse me.
Okay, and so did you have Aaron McNeil go into the van and collect those knives?
He was still working in the van that following day, so we just sort of said, okay, we're now need to focus on any knives found.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
It must be traumatic, to discover evidence like that. You can't unsee it. Oh man.
You ready?
Good afternoon, Detectives. Push on these It's fine. Just a few follow-up questions. And for clarification, you attended the autopsy as an observer, correct?
As an evidence collector.
Okay. But you didn't really have any part of conducting the actual examination, correct?
Correct.
And just a few questions back to the Maple Fields encounter. The afternoon, excuse me, of October 19th, 2021. You already testified that when you were walking with Mr. Ferlazzo to your vehicle, you had observed him seeming as if he might pass out, and you asked to put your hand on him.
Correct.
Do you recall testifying in a deposition on November 11th, 2022? No, sorry, November 29th, 2022.
I recall testifying in a depo, yes.
Okay. And in the deposition, you also described him at that particular point as he looked woozy. Do you recall that?
That would be accurate.
Okay. And you also described him as wobbling as he was walking. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that would be accurate as well.
Okay. And also in the deposition, you described him as looking pale and pasty. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. As you were walking with Mr. Ferlazzo to your truck, did you ever tell him he was free to leave?
No.
Okay. But he was essentially in custody, correct?
No, not at that point.
So if Mr. Ferlazzo had tried to walk away at that point, though, you probably wouldn't have allowed it, correct?
I would not have allowed it.
Okay. I'm just briefly, when you arrived at the St. Albans Vermont State Police Department, Vermont State Police Barracks. There was not an interview room available at that time, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Ferlazzo had to stand, everyone was standing and waiting in the hallway until the interview room cleared out, correct?
There were 3 of us with Mr. Ferlazzo at that time in a hallway, correct.
Okay. And you had stated in your report, as well as your deposition, that you offered Mr. Ferlazzo a chair as well as some water because, as you stated, he appeared physically exhausted and barely able to stand. Is that correct?
Yeah, he was leaning against the wall.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I know in every case, you know, people say the defense is just doing their job. But like really, in this case, they're just doing their job. They don't have much to work with.
Ms. George.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's literally all they can focus on, you know? So he was tired, you know, so all of that. He wasn't free to go. Shame.
May we approach, Judge?
Come on up.
Kelly says, oh, such mistreatment. Shame. They should ask, well, did you offer him tap water or sparkling? You offered him tap water, did you not? At this point, you know what I mean? There he is, 44-year-old Joseph Ferlazzo, wasting everybody's time. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Strange one, this. Why would you put Emily's family through this? Okay, a little sidebar. I wonder if he's going to testify. Normally, these ones that claim self-defense, they testify. I wonder if he will. That'll be interesting if he does. Oh my goodness. What story will he come up with next? Yeah. Joanna says, I don't know if this bloke wants to relive his sick crime or to put the family through hell. Terrible.
Tomorrow is so we're going to break for today. Tomorrow's a shorter day, but I'm going to ask you to get here a little early. I'm going to ask you to get here at 8:15. I'm hoping to start at 8:30. We're going to go until about 12:30 and then break for the day because we have some things in court I have to do independent of this case. And then we'll start again and might get through the evidence on Wednesday. That's at least the hope. We'll see how things go, but so far we're definitely ahead of schedule. All right? So we're going to release you for today. Same admonition, please, please, please don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't try and find out any information about it or read any news sources of any kind or social media posts. And with that, have a good night, and we'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
All rise.
Okay. So they hope to get through the evidence by Wednesday. Then we'll have to see what does the defense do. Who are their witnesses? Will he take the stand? And that's it. Okay. Yep. That's it. And there's only so much of that background noise we can handle. Hey, so we don't have to watch them leave the courtroom, right? I'll link the full stream if you want to watch the last few seconds. Treasurer says, I thought this was a 2-week trial. That's what they said. That's what's being reported. That's still what's being reported. However, if you watch the Laurie Shaver trial with us, they were like 2 to 3 weeks. It was like 5 days. 5 days later, done. Like, wait, what? So normally that obviously would include jury selection, opening statements, the state's evidence, and the defense to present their case, closing arguments, and the verdict watch, all of that. So they said it's about 2 weeks. But as I've said, it feels like this one's going fast like Laurie Shaver's trial. And she took the stand. Yes, indeed she did. If you didn't see that trial, go check it out. Thank you so much all for being here today. That That was some very, very horrifying evidence that they showed today of what happened to this 22-year-old lady, Emily. I mean, and she'd only just been married to this guy for 1 year. Oh my goodness. So, sending her family lots of love. This must be absolutely devastating. And I will see you then all tomorrow. They said they're going to start earlier, 8:15, for 8:30. As you know, we start later so that we can, about 90 minutes to 2 hours later. We'll probably start 90 minutes later so that we can defluff. However, maybe we'll just wait. They said they're going to start 8:30 to 12:30. We don't have to start that much later. Huh? We'll start just a little bit. So it's going to be a short day tomorrow for the trial. And then by Wednesday, the judge said the hope would be that the state would present all their evidence and probably rest. And then the defense would have to present their case. Interesting to see what that would be. Thank you so much, everyone. I will see you again very soon. I am monitoring all the other news. I see all the emails and everything. Thank you so much. And I will check out my YouTube Shorts and Community tab for updates like that. Okay, bye, everyone.